Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, Protonics. Hope you had a good day so far. We are actually, yesterday I looked through the storyboard. We're slowly but surely reaching the halfway mark. We're not gonna reach it today. Probably not gonna reach it this over the weekend. Also not tomorrow, I guess, because tomorrow's not the weekend yet. But we're slowly getting there, okay? And we haven't even worked on it for that long, okay? Only 10, I guess 11 days. Not too bad. So yeah. We yesterday actually finished, I think, 3 scenes almost. I finished the one that we worked on yesterday. And now we have a new scene that I already not finished, but it's pretty far along. So let me show you what we're working on now. Welcome Cheese, welcome Canned Beans, welcome Clarissa, welcome Phil Edits, welcome Blenderizer. Look at this, okay? This one's the next shot, so let me show you what I finished yesterday. I think we started it on stream. Let me show you. Have I rendered it? That's the question. Probably not, maybe. Is this one? Yes, I did actually. So here's the one that I did yesterday, where, you know, Deadpool blocks his attack with his sword and then gets flung away by... Oh, right, and then I added this too, by Wolverine. And I also added this kind of like, I guess, motion blur effect to kind of switch to this next scene now, but let's watch it again. So here... Oh, I guess we could... Oh, did I render the previous one? I didn't. Okay. But it was basically this, right? Wolverine, you know, doing his zigzag attack, then coming behind Deadpool being surprised, and Wolverine coming in, boom, trying to, you know, slice his head open. But then, all of a sudden, ka-ching, Deadpool pulls out his katana and blocks the shot, meaning he, you know... But Wolverine still continues the attack, throws him away, we follow Wolverine, and then we get into this shot, which is basically just Wolverine trying to, I guess, recover, which looks like this right now. Oop, boom, boom, and then, damn, slamming his sword into the ground to break, and yeah, from that point on, both, I guess, are ready to fight, and the real fight begins. Yeah, this shot is pretty simple. I think it's a pretty common shot when you have like long distance, where you see like shots where you travel long distances in anime, for example. You oftentimes just separate them in layers, so that in the foreground you have maybe the, you know, the ground where people walk on, and then further in the background you have like the horizon that raises more and more and more to kind of signal that, you know, you're traveling forward. And then here I also added these lines again, which are the ones that we created at some point, I think 2 days ago, which are basically just, you know, like little speed lines here, like this. And then if I... Is that the right one? No, this one, right? Yeah, this sequence basically controls this, these lines. I can't do that right now. Let me just delete this, and then I can show it to you. Ooh. These lines are basically animated by the frame rate, or the frame that, you know, the sequence is on right now. Basically, just by putting in hashtag frame, you can add a driver that basically just inputs the value of which frame you're on into wherever you put the driver into. Right, you can see it here, frame 109, and we're on sequence value 109. So that's how that works. You can also then go ahead and do like divide by whatever to make it slower and stuff. Oops, yeah. But I feel like this is already pretty good. Yeah, and then of course this is basically just like a slightly rounded plane that I added the ground on top of, made it a bit bluer to make it look like it's far away. And then, yeah, that's basically it. The scene is pretty simple. The most complex thing is probably Deadpool himself with his weird poses. But this one is a really fun scene just because it's you know, it allows for like some really wacky poses. Can see he's kind of, you know, sort of you know, I guess sort of breaking his bones while he's falling, and then you know, cartoonishly basically I get tumbling over the ground, and then at the end he gets his bearings and yeah, has this pose. I really like this pose especially, but it's, you know, for most of these shots I tried, or for most of these poses I try to give them a recognizable pose where all limbs are visible, just to make it easier to, you know, in this tumbling state, to see a bit easier what is going on, so that most of these, yeah, in most of these you'll see all arms. Here it's a bit harder for that one, but still, there you go. Yeah, so the next step is basically just to add some more frames in between, time it a bit better, because right now the, you know, the root bone, basically this one that moves him up and down, is basically just interpolated smoothly, which of course wouldn't be the case in a real animation, which is why it looks so smooth. But you know, like his upwards movement, up and down movement looks so smooth, but everything else is very choppy, because I haven't really made the up and down movement choppy yet. So yeah, that's one thing we're gonna do as well. Welcome Mars, welcome Nicholas, hope you have a good day. So yes, oh, and then I also rotated the skybox a bit. You can see here, if you look at the edges, at this edge for example, you can see that it rotates slightly to also kind of reveal more of this brighter area of the sky. You know, just kind of help with this effect of reaching the horizon, I guess, or this horizon raising. Yeah, so this scene is basically almost done. We only really need to add some more poses in between. Make sure that the this thing here, that, you know, the root bone gets more choppy, and then that's basically it. The next shot actually is this shot is the last one in the first storyboard. So let me actually open the next one and see what the next shot is. Oh well, I guess the next shot would be at least one more shot showing like the sword slamming into the ground, and then maybe one more where you see him, you know, like slow down. Then after that we get into this one with this one right here, Wolverine charging forward, and then Deadpool charging forward with the sword, and then them clashing, and then kind of clashing, going apart, clashing again, going apart, clashing again, kind of that idea. But first we need to create the last, I would say, like 2 shots of this. One of them should be pretty easy. The other one might take a bit longer, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. So, okay. Let me. Actually, no, that doesn't matter. Okay. Also, this time I switched back to jazz again, because why not? Restless jazz, it says. It is. Sounds pretty good. I tried happy jazz, but that sounded a bit too, I don't know, too weird. So now we're here with restless jazz. Okay, so I think what I want to do first is time these poses so that I can then time, or like, you know, adjust the root bone, and then I can create the individual poses in between. I think I want to have the same, what would you call it, like the same amount of, what is, oh, the thing is still different. The same amount of, I guess, keyframes throughout the whole animation. Except maybe when he's like in midair all the way at the top. Here this could probably be held a bit longer, but then when he goes down again, it, you know, changes fairly quickly. But yeah, we'll get into that. Let's see. So first of all, okay. I think this can be held one longer. Let's see what that would look like. Yeah. I feel like that's better, kind of highlighting the impact point of it by just increasing the keyframe, or like, you know, moving the keyframe one over so that the pause at the bottom is even longer. It's kind of similar to how fighting games does it a lot of the times, where if they really want to emphasize a very important hit, they actually like pause for a second and make the characters shake for a second before they actually, you know, before the character actually reacts to the hit, just to really highlight the impact of the shot. And that's kind of the idea that I want to do here as well. If you've ever played Street Fighter or Super Smash Bros, for example, you probably know what I mean. Okay, this one. Okay, boom. We don't need yellow. There you go. Okay, we don't even need the. Wait, where's the rim light? Oh, it's off. Okay, why did I see it there though? That's weird. Okay, whatever. Oh. Okay. So, let's see. So, are you still animating the Deadpool Wolverine fight? Yes, that's the title. So I'm still doing that. Yes, it's gonna take a bit longer than 2 weeks. So yes, welcome Zintor. For the impact keyframes, you can press T and change it to linear with just those keyframes. You mean for the... Oh, you mean like these... You went right here? What would linear do there? Makes more impact. How did you come up with your YouTube name? It's a nickname from real life. Okay. Okay, so I basically want him to slam the ground, be there for a second, and then jump up again, right? And then have like a long pause at the top, and then slam down again. And I want to see if that looks good or not. Let's see. So let me do the pausing for the other bones too, and then we can go from there. Oh, is that 2 more? Hold on. Let's just move it there. There you go. Okay, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's good. It's kind of like in like cartoons when people, for example, hit something, or you know, they tumble like this, where they have like these very distinct poses, like whenever they hit the ground. That's kind of the idea of this, and I think for that it's important to really highlight, especially the poses where he hits the ground. So I want to make them a bit longer to really emphasize them. Okay. Then it removes all the easing. Yeah. Well, in between here, there's no real easing. Oh, you mean for that? Maybe, yeah. We'll see. Yeah. Well, I think we'll do the root first, and then we'll go for the rest of the poses. Is the whole thing a fight between Deadpool and Wolverine? Yes. Yes, the whole fight, the whole animation is just one fight between Deadpool and Wolverine. And we've only really just gotten into the fight, so it would be a shame if it was already over. Hold on, this one... Oh, this one is held even longer. Hold on, how long is this held? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's set it to 4, 2 and see if that is good. I think that's 4. Yes, okay. Okay. I think then I actually want to... What if we... Okay, we need to push it a bit more. I want to see how far we could push this. What if we set it to 6? I think that's better. I like it more. Maybe also because he jumps up and down so fast again. As if there's like a invisible hand just slamming him into the ground. But of course, the at some point it gets quite fast. The pose changes. What is here? What is this supposed to be? I guess that's the root bone. Why is there 2? Who knows? Okay. Okay, this pose definitely needs to be later, but let's see. I think I kind of like the cadence now, or the pacing of these ground slams. So now I think we need to change sort of the poses where they are, because I think they are now kind of off sync with, you know, the slams. Have a good day, Samurai. Hope you have a good work day. Okay. Boom. Okay, so we have this. His hand is in the ground, which is not good. I guess we can fix that, but... what if we just push this here? Okay. That's good. This should be at the apex, or roughly before that actually, so it can basically just stay there. And then we need maybe a few more here, but that's fine. Then he falls to the ground. Here. Good. That stays there. This needs to be moved further back. So right here. Okay. And then this slam is right there, which needs to stay for a bit longer. We need to move these a bit further back to here. That should be fine. Okay, and this can probably be a bit more over here. Yes. Okay, that's better. Maybe even a bit longer here to kind of really emphasize like him slamming it into the ground. Okay, here this is still quite fast. Let me move this a bit over. You know, just now, since we have already, you know, a lot of the key poses already, we can now think about the pacing. And just shift them around until it looks good. Welcome, Jonas. Hope you have a good day. Okay, this bit is a bit fast. Why? Let's see. I feel like maybe this could also be a bit further back. No, I want to have this pose held for a bit. And then he slams down again. So this pacing I like. And then this one here is a bit fast. Do we even need this? Yeah, we do. Do we? Wait, it's kind of the same pose. Oh, this looks actually better. This looks better. Although the legs are messed up. Hold on. I guess because the legs haven't been... there's no keyframe here. Nope, this one's right. Which one doesn't have a keyframe? Oh, before it didn't have one, right? No. Which one's missing? Oh no. Where's the missing keyframe? Here it is. No. Weird. Okay, whatever. Wait, so this one stays. This one is gone. Okay. Oh, I think it's... aha, I think I see it. Is it this? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I see it, I see it. There it is. Okay. Okay, so this jumps up. Wait. Why does this pose not change? Okay. Welcome, Prime. Hope you have a good day. How many seconds will the full animation be? So far, we put everything together yesterday, I think, to check the pacing. And I think at that point it was like 24 seconds or so, or 20 to 24 seconds. With, you know, the next few scenes, it might get to like 40 maybe, I don't know. Something like that for the first sort of half, probably, maybe a bit longer. I estimated roughly like 2 minutes for the whole thing, but yeah, we'll see. Welcome, Rashid. Hope you have a good day. Independence Day. Nice. Hope you have a good day. Happy India Independence Day. Okay. This looks a bit weird. It's. I think they need an in-between shot here, but I guess we can create that in a second. And then this one jumps up. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. And then he slammed it. Okay, I think that's pretty good now. Okay. So now it's about the in-between frames, or the in-between poses. The ones that aren't here yet. We have the key poses. Now we can create the in-betweens. Also, it's not really paced properly right now in terms of the keyframes. I have these not kind of set up for them being on 2s. I probably want to do that so that there's going to be a pose on each second keyframe. Right now, for example, between the first two even, we have 5 keyframes, or like 5 steps in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would probably want to set this to 4. So let's see if we need to adjust in that way too. I guess we can just move that over there. So that's 4. I can put one in between there. I'm just going to go in 2 steps, I guess, forward and see if there's any ones that aren't on that step rhythm. This one, for example, move it over. This one's good. This one's good. This one can move over. Can it? Not really. I guess I could move it backwards. What is this keyframe doing here? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. It might be the root. Okay, that's fine. That's good. It's not too much we need to adjust. This one needs to be a bit further back. There you go. Okay. Okay, this one is a bit weird. I think I need to move this back and then change this by just 1 keyframe over. There you go. Okay. Huh? Wait, what? 1, 2, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's 7. Why? Oh, right, because I want to change it there. Huh. Let's move this over too and see what it looks like if we really keep it on 2s. This one's fine, and then this one. Okay, it's good. So let's see if anything substantial has changed or not. I think it's fine. Excuse me. Would be super cool with some top tier sound design. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be sound design. No voices, but at least sounds. I legit just found your channel from the Deadpool video and it was awesome. Thank you. Glad you liked it. Really good job, because you clearly know what you're doing with YouTube. Keep it up. I will stay subscribed. Okay, nice. Yeah, part 2 is gonna take a bit, but you know, I always like to say the next part is coming when you already forgot about it, and then it shows up in your feed, and then you're excited about it because you see it in your feed, because it shows up and surprises you. Okay, so this bit, boom. Oh, it's going down even. Okay, I need to move this. So now I need to move the root a bit, since it has changed slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that's good now. Okay. That's fine. Boom. Why is it going that high? Whatever. Works. Okay, good. So, I think what I want to do now is basically just convert these keyframes into, or like the root interpolation that you see here. This bit right here, these curves, right? You can see the curve up. You know, it's kind of following the Deadpool's trajectory, where it goes down and then hits the ground and then goes up again and then goes down again, hits the ground, so forth. So what is it? So whatever, so forth, so forth. So I want to adjust these curves a bit to make them a bit more natural, and then we can create solid keyframes for all of these, so that it's not smooth, but rather yeah, stepped, you know, clear steps between each frame. There you go. Let's push it again. Yes. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think that's good. Do I want to go higher here? No, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let me see if I want to change this real quick. Do I want to change his neck? Yes, just a slightly. I want to move it. See, this is what it's supposed to look like. How the graphs just go up and then they go down again, and here the same, down, down. That's kind of what we want to have here. So that's the step for the root in just a second. Oh, boom. Okay, that's better. Thank you, SN. Welcome. I'm a noob in Blender and everything you're doing looks like witchcraft. Slowly and surely you can understand the magic that is 3D. If you just do more and more, it becomes less and less witchcraft. Okay. Yeah, so let's just now go in here and turn those into into solid keyframes. Basically, we just go in here, since we have the automatic keyframing on, which basically means that if I transform this in any way, so if I press G to move it, right, and then I just press G, and then left click to confirm without moving it at all, it sets up a keyframe right there with the position that it basically had when it was interpolated. So what is this? Is that keyframe even for this? Hold on, I need to fix this. What is going on here? 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, this is actually wrong. We need to move this over. Okay, that's better. Yeah, now it works. Okay. So it's not going to change right now, but that's fine. It will change once we remove the interpolation, and then you'll see what it looks like. Move that over here. Boom. Move that over there. Hello? Okay. Yeah, you can see I'm basically just filling up this now with solid keyframes instead of just, you know, empty space, which would, you know, be interpolated by the PC, by the program, which I'm going to show you what the difference is in just a second. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, I guess we can do this. Boom. Boom. Okay. There is a modifier that does that automatically, but there's a kind of a weird, it works a bit weirdly. It's not as free as just doing the keyframes manually, unfortunately. So that's why I usually do it this way. Okay. And then this is fine. Okay. So if I now go in here and I select all the keyframes and I press T to change it to constant instead of, you know, Bezier, any interpolation, now it looks like this. See, if you play it again with interpolation, let's watch this one more time to keep it in mind, okay? Boom, this is what it looks like right now, okay? And then if we switch it to Bezier, this is what it looks like. Yeah, so this one's of course much smoother because it always also calculates the frame that isn't keyframed if we have it with interpolation, but of course we don't want to have that here. We want to have like a frame by frame animation look basically. So we switch it to constant. And now it looks like this. Yes. Okay, good. So now it's basically about filling in the space of his body. The root is already in place, so now we just need to fill all this, which might take a bit longer, but it's important. Cool to see some behind the scenes stuff, since not a lot of animators stream like this. Yeah, that was also one of the ideas why I wanted to stream, just to kind of show, you know, people often ask like, oh, do a tutorial about this or that, and now I can just say, hey, you can watch everything by just watching the stream, or maybe even joining live and then asking a question about whatever you want to know more about. Okay. Klaus, oh, you mean the Netflix show has kind of 2D and 3D? Yeah, they use Blender too, I think, from what I've heard, or some 3D software, and then mix that with, I think, yeah, with like hand drawn on top, I think. Remember finding your channel from the what I made picture animation? Yeah, that was the I think the second really video that is kind of like my videos now. The first one was the creating Spider-Man animation in how many, what was it, like 25 styles? Yeah, the second video that is similar to the videos now. Okay, let me see if I need to fix the hand in some of these, because right, you can see it's kind of broken sometimes. Of course you can't bend your hand that way. Let me fix that a bit. I'll just do this. Boom. Okay. Okay, so there's one problem that we have with this scene. Usually for these poses, or for these scenes, there's a really cool tool that can help us fill these in-between keyframes that we haven't made yet, or these in-between poses. And that is the blend to neighbor, which basically just blends from one keyframe, so this one, to this one, and places that blend, the mix between the two, basically onto the keyframe, or the frame you're currently on with your time head or whatever it's called. But that doesn't really work here, since usually it basically just moves, for example, the foot from where it is in keyframe 1 to keyframe 2. And in cases where, he's rolling, that doesn't really work well, since the pose here looks like this, and the next pose looks like this. So the foot basically moves from here all the way to here, just in a straight line. Of course, it wouldn't be the case here. It would kind of go in like an arch, which unfortunately interpolation can't really do. So if we were to do this, you can see it looks like this, getting absolutely broken. Of course, so we can't really use that for this scene, unfortunately, but it should still not be too bad to fill these. There's a pretty simple technique to, you know, let them roll in an arc that we can use here. We don't really need it here, I think. Actually, this might actually... So I think maybe in some instances we can actually use this interpolation method, like this blend to neighbor, like here, for example. Usually I like to go to like 75% blend. That is sort of in between one and the other keyframe. So if you go to here, for example, like this, you can see it's not perfect, but the good thing is we can still fix it afterwards, because it's just a solid keyframe. So for example, I want to move this hand a bit over. Oops. There you go. Move the hand a bit over. Like this, for example. And that should look more natural looking down here, looking at the left arm now. See, it's a bit more natural going with the flow. And then the other parts, the feet. Let me check the feet. You would probably want to raise this a bit, since it's, you know, once again going in more in an arch. This. Yeah, that's a bit more natural. Also, always looking at the poses here, making sure that most of the time you can see all limbs. Here you can only see the hand for the right arm, so maybe we'll change that. Maybe that breaks the, I guess, continuation. We'll see. Let's check the other leg first. This one seems to be pretty good. You can see it's pretty smooth if we play this. How the right leg, no, his left leg moves. Boom. Yeah, let's check the arm now. Okay. Maybe we can actually pull it out a bit more. I want to see what that is like. Like this. I think that's fine. Maybe even moving it up a bit. Like this. I think that's fine. Okay. So here in the beginning, I haven't really done anything yet, so we could also add some poses here. Let me show you how I would do it here, for example. So if you go to, let's see, where do we need to begin? So the camera, of course, at some point moves up. So that's when we kind of need to, you know, start animating him. Which would be kind of probably, I guess, on frame 1, basically, or on frame 3. Yeah, so let's do that. Actually, do we? Yeah, I guess we do. Okay. So what we can do here... how do I... I'm kind of thinking how I want to begin this animation now. Since, of course, he can't just fly like this the whole time. I guess he could. I guess he could in the beginning. Keep him in the air for a bit longer before the camera reaches its end. Or its end of movement, and then he slams down. That might actually be kind of funny. Yeah, so maybe we'll do that, actually. Why is there a random pink monkey? That's his controller, basically. So this is there are multiple different things you can control on him, of course, like the resolution of his body, or the, like, you know, him. There's a controller here, for example, on his body for the what do you call it, the bones that, for example, control that he's grabbing the sword, for example, so that the sword, no, that his hand sticks to the sword, for example. And all of these are controlled by these constraints, which basically say, hey, this bone is supposed to stick to this other bone, to the sword bone, basically. And to make it a bit easier, and so that I don't have to go into each bone that I want to adjust every time, and just to do a certain action, I don't want to have to look every time for the right bone and then for the right constraint that I want to then activate or deactivate with the eye, for example. You can make that a bit easier by putting in a controller object, I guess you could call it, which is this guy. Okay, gal, it's Suzanne, right? Which then you can basically put in custom properties right here, like mold URS level or grab gun L, grab gun R, grab sword and whatever. And with these, you can then control these constraints, basically by using drivers. If you want to see how I did that, I think I did it in the first stream about this project. I think it should be on a Monday, maybe 2 weeks ago or so, where I showed how I set this up. And basically, if I do this, for example, if I deactivate this, I actually don't want to do that. Actually, I can do it this way. So now, for example, I could say, hey, his right arm, R, grab sword R. His right arm is supposed to grab the left sword. So RL, boom, and now his arm is, basically sticking to the sword. If I didn't have this control, I would have to go in here, select the armature, go in here, select the bone, and then go over to the constraints and make sure that the grab sword L right here would be, activated. I don't have to do that if I just select this and then, select the property. So that's why there's a monkey there. Okay. Also, it's magenta to make sure that I know that it's that object and nothing else. Just basically just to make it very, very clear that it's the controller object that is not going to be visible in the render. So I don't think like, oh, what is this? Is that some random object that I can't remember putting in the scene? Nope, it's just the controller. Okay. So, how do we want to start this? I guess he could kind of flail like this in the beginning. I would have to think. I would have to either, I guess, animate backwards, or I would have to, I guess, just imagine what it would look like if I would animate it backwards. I think I'm just going to animate it backwards and then see what we end up with. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Would you prefer animating on FK or IK? Depends on the situation, I guess. Usually I use IK, but FK is really good for, I guess for more specific stuff. Like, let me show you what I mean. So IK is really useful, of course, if you have if you want to keep, the limbs or the hands or feet, for example, in a certain position, like on the ground or holding something, for example. But then for other scenes, like this one, for example, this one, where he's basically just rotating his arm, his body, and then, his arm is kind of following that, like this, right? That is a bit easier if you use FK, since all you then really need to animate, or you need to make sure, is that the FK bones, right, are straight like this. So pose the FK bones, and then you can basically just rotate the upper body, and the arm rotates with it. So all I really had to animate here is the upper body. If I were to use IK in this instance, for example, same with the legs too. All I really had to animate here are, I guess, the two leg bones. If I had to use IK here, I would have to not only animate the upper body, but also the IK hand control. It's also easier with FK to create, cleaner arches or interpolate cleaner arches, which you can't really do with IK, because IK always interpolates just straight from one point to the other. So arches, for example, are easier with FK, for example. Same with, kind of like movements like this. When you don't want to interact with an object, it's usually, good to use FK. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to just animate this. Backwards. Also probably, let me see. I always wondered when I selected this, if I can mirror the pose. I think there's a way to do that. Mirror. Wait, pose. Move, rotate to sphere. What? What is to sphere? It just turns him into a sphere? What is that? That's not really what I wanted. Or is there... There must be a mirror option. Flip? No. Hold on, let me see if you can do that. Blender. Mirror pose. Dope sheet. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Hold on. Can you do this? If I select the single bone, can you mirror it? Mirror. I don't know what it does. Oh. X. Oh, well that doesn't work. What if I select everything? Hold on. Maybe that works. Let's see. Mirror. And then it says select the mirror axis. X. Nope. That definitely didn't work. I guess I could try the other ones. Mirror Y. Nope. Mirror Z. Nope. I guess that doesn't work. Well, I don't know what that function is, but it doesn't work how I want it to work. So, I guess we have to do it manually. Okay. So, basically I just wanted... Yeah, basically I just want to create the same pose, but in the other direction. Let's just do it manually, I guess. Shouldn't be too hard. I think what I'm going to do, just to make sure that the problem is if I rotate this box, the hip bone, the main hip bone, it rotates the upper body too. So to avoid that, I'm probably just going to rotate this secondary hip bone, which is kind of, it's kind of working the same way as the upper body, in that the hip bone gets rotated, but not the upper, the rib cage, I guess, which should make this a bit easier. Okay. Oh, I forgot to enable auto keying. Okay. Let's try that again. Boom. Boom. There you go. Why is this... Have I... Oh. Wait, what? Why is there a... Oh. Aha, okay. I get it. Okay, good. So, you can see it's switching when I do this. Ta-da! Good. So now we need to move the arms, of course, and the limbs, I guess. Control C, Control C, Control Shift V. Okay, let's see. Let's try. All right, there you go. Control C. Move over. Control Shift V. It did something. It worked almost perfectly, I think, except for the hand. Oh, right, because the arm control is different here. Okay. I think I'll just do it manually. I don't want to fiddle around with the sword controls because they're a bit finicky. So I don't want to mess anything up. So I'll just do it manually. Manually. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay. So. So the arm should probably be down here. Why is it up there? Wait, is that what it looks like? No. So this should probably be forward. I'm gonna set them how I think they would look like, and then I'm gonna adjust them later when I have the poses, because then it's easier to, see if the flow looks right or not. So just setting up the poses first, the poses first, and then seeing if there's anything that needs to change. So this arm, of course, moves backwards, so that's fine. And then this other arm should move forward, right? Yes. So here, it should probably be, I don't know, up here somewhere. Like this. Okay. Also, the sword is a bit low, but that's fine. Do I want to change it? Not really. It's fine. It's such a fast scene that it's not going to be that visible anyway. So we have this now. We can see the arm moving down through his... Never mind. I thought it was going through his head. He got lucky this time. Okay, that's fine. And then the legs too. Right. So this one stays up there, so we need to move this down. I guess maybe over here. Maybe even lower. I'm always, once again trying to, create a good visible pose to make it a bit easier to understand, especially in these fast moving shots. Guess this one could even go up, maybe. We'll see. I'm kind of trying to create this kind of, flailing effect, as if you're in the air. There you go. I think that's fine. So you can see it now. Boom. Oh, his head is kind of weird. Wait, is it? Hold on. I guess it's not really moving, but that's fine. And then this in between shouldn't be too hard either. Let's see. So it's basically just, straight. Straightening this. Straightening this. And then we can interpolate the rest and turn it into a nice arch. Ta-da! Okay, this can actually be even further out. Like this, maybe. Oops, that's a bit further. There you go. Okay, that's good. That's a good arch. And then for this sword, let's see what we can do here. Okay, so it's basically, I guess we can for all of these now just interpolate and then make sure that it's, let's see. For this one, I probably want to move it a bit over here so that we have this kind of arch going. And then it looks like this. Yes. This is kind of weird, but it's fine. Actually, it looks kind of weird. Let's see if I can fix that a bit. So I probably want to just move this down a bit, just so that the elbow actually drives in that direction. Yes. I think that's better. Okay. Welcome, Dean. Hope you have a good day. Trying to get better with hand animating. Watching this is awesome. I'm not that great at animating myself, but I've done a few projects now, so I've gotten at least a little bit better. Do you use stepped in keyframe in the initial part, then spline it later? For this, what I do is if I want to create certain... So there are different ways that I do it sometimes. I either create the main keyframe or like the main pose first, or I think that's actually the best way to do it. There are kind of two ways. Basically the workflow is you create the key poses first. So, like, I don't know, this one or this one or this one. or this one. You create those first throughout the whole animation. Then you want to create the in-between poses. And you can either do that, if it works, through the pose in-between blend to neighbor, so that you know, it basically just blends from one pose, from the previous pose to the next pose, and creates a keyframe in between those. Or what you could do is you could just turn on interpolation, make sure that it looks good smooth, and then basically, you know, set a keyframe for each interpolation frame that you want to keep. And then you remove interpolation again, and then you have a, you know, a stepped interpolation basically. No, I guess like a hand-drawn, what's that style called again? I guess that kind of hand-drawn style. Where only, for example, every second frame is animated. Like this. I guess this one isn't every second frame, but you probably get what I mean. Yeah, that's I think the workflow that I usually follow. Okay. This is the middle point? Hold on. Hold on. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, the legs, right. The legs are not interpolated. Boom. Also, sometimes I like to go not right into 75%, because that's sort of, that is, you know, mathematically the perfect interpolation between the two, but I'd rather go like above or below, just to make the animation just slightly imperfect, to add, you know, a little bit more human touch into it. Okay, that's good. And then this one. Because I'm saying, at least for anime, for example, or like when you want to imitate a hand-drawn style, there's always this human imperfectness, or like this, yeah, basically this imperfectness, you know, when you don't use a computer, that you always have to keep in mind too. Which is, for example, why, you know, for example, animation usually paints the background in a different style than the foreground, since the background doesn't change too much, so you can make them more detailed, but the characters, you know, move a lot, so you don't want to spend like ages painting a single frame for a character with watercolors, for example, and rather do it with like flat gouache colors. Okay. Yeah, animating on twos, exactly. How do you count first? Timing, spacing, and posing? Yeah, so, for example, yeah, basically, when it comes to, like, it's not posing, it's, yeah, timing, basically, for the animation. Once you have the key poses and you like the spacing between them, you can then activate interpolation and set it to not linear interpolation, but Bezier interpolation, which means that you can then adjust the movement curves, so that when you look at it and it's it's animated smoothly, you can then, you know, through these curves adjust the pacing, I guess. So if you want to hold something longer and then it quickly goes down, for example, you can scale the poses so that the curve is a bit steeper. If you want to, you know, make it a bit more long-winded, the movement, for example, you can scale them backwards a bit, the handles, to make the curve a bit longer, I guess, or flatter. Just, you know, in that way adjust the pacing, so that you don't have to do that afterwards. Or what you can also do is you use linear interpolation. You just create a keyframe every second frame, and then you, for example, delete some of them and shift the remaining ones a bit, so that, for example, if you want to make it so that an animation goes fast and then slows down again in the end, so you know, create the top pose and the bottom pose. You create a keyframe for, you know, like maybe 5 keyframes, or like say 6 keyframes, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could then delete, for example, the second and fourth keyframe, and move the middle two, yeah, the middle two, I think so, move them upwards a bit, so that the spacing between them change. But usually I think it's easier to just use the, you know, the curves, because that, in my opinion, it's a bit easier to work with, and makes it a bit more intuitive. Because basically when you animate with curves, you see what it looks like when it's smooth, and then the only thing that really changes is that it's not really smooth anymore. So doing it that way, I think, makes it a bit easier to nail the pacing. When it comes to the poses, of course, you define them beforehand. And then also once you then set all the keyframes after the interpolation is done, and you know, I guess you made them permanent through setting the keyframes where there's only interpolated where the frames are only interpolated. You could then afterwards go ahead and adjust the poses if, for example, the in-between poses that have been interpolated don't look perfect. Yeah, so for example, if I were to go in here and interpolate this, it wouldn't look that great because he's tumbling, which isn't really that great for interpolation, but I could, for example, now here let this interpolate, select the pose, or like, you know, set the pose in stone, keyframe the pose, I guess, and then still adjust it afterwards if I, for example, don't like it as much as what the interpolation gives me, for example. That's kind of what we do here with the in-between command, where it gives us a pose, but then we adjust it to make it a bit more natural, or just in general better looking. Welcome, Mizikant. Unfortunately, I can't speak. I think that's... I don't know what that is. I can't speak it, so I can't tell you what language that actually is. But welcome. Blend to neighbor seems so... Yeah, I think it's a new feature that they added with 4.2. If I remember correctly, I've seen it in like the little summary of, you know, what has changed in Blender 4.2. I think that's where I've seen it. Actually, I want to hold on, just because I'm curious and maybe there's something useful there. I kind of want to watch that video real quick. I skimmed through it last time because it didn't seem that interesting, but I kind of want to watch it just to see if there's any more features that could be useful. Let's see. Aha. Oh, it's 21 minutes long. I guess we could play it in ×2 speed, or we just watch the animation part, because that's kind of the only thing that I really care about. Let's see. Let me do this. Okay, we actually have... Okay, nice. Extensions, nobody cares. Modeling, nobody cares. Rigging and animation, there you go. What is this? Geometry nodes. Obviously, that's a long section. What is this? Rendering. Oh yeah, right. Eevee, right. Compositing. Boo. Video editing. What's that? User interface. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is a little bit basically. Let's see what we have here. Okay.
There's a new frame scene or frame preview range in the view menu and ~pi menu that frames horizontally. Or you can press the home hotkey just like before if you want to frame everything vertically as well. The ease operator has a better curve to it now, and the sharpness can be adjusted.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I guess that's more for motion capture though, when you have like these millions of keyframes that you can't really adjust individually. Like here, you know, creating what he's doing right now with only your mouse would take ages and would also not be perfect.
Using the operator, you can hit Tab to toggle which property you're adjusting. Performance when navigating and transforming animation curves that have thousands of keyframes has been significantly improved yet again. This cheeky example from the developer shows how transforming 300 keys in an action with 10,000 keys is now buttery smooth, and he can now make a full bouncing ball animation by the time Blender 3.6 finishes calculating the same thing. The dope sheet has a
6 minutes. Imagine doing that. Imagine like nobody would wait actually 6 minutes for it to calculate. Usually when I do any animation or any operation in Blender and it freezes for more than like a minute, I usually just restart because I just give up. I wonder if usually Blender would actually recover, or if that's just like the exception when it would actually go through. I guess I've never really waited for like almost 10 minutes or like six minutes to see if it goes through, so I couldn't tell you, but maybe usually when it freezes, Blender actually still computes. I guess that's always... I don't even know how freezing actually works. If the program actually stops, or if it just is super slow.
All animation by the time Blender 3.6 finishes calculating the same thing. The dope sheet has a new keyframe type called generated, which just indicates that the key was set automatically by an operator or an add-on rather than by hand. Motion paths can now be themed.
Wow, why don't you make them automatic?
Operator or an
Please.
add-on rather than by hand. Motion paths can now be themed. In the shape key editor, non-relative shape keys are now visible and editable. Performance in the non-linear animation editor was also improved when zoomed in on a long action. Subdividing bones now correctly names the bones sequentially. The armature drawing mode stick can now use bone colors. You can now set the wire width for custom bone shapes per bone so that the most important controls can stand out.
I actually like the thicker display more than the thin one, like this one. You can see it on around the neck. I don't even know if you can see it through the stream. There's like a very faint red line there. I actually like it more when it's a bit thicker. But maybe I would feel different about it when all bones are thick. Wait, where can you do that? Hold on. Wire width. Viewport display. Okay. Maybe I'll do that actually.
Bones can now be active even if they're hidden, so you can select a bone in the outliner and edit its properties even if you can't see it in the viewport. The limit rotation constraint no longer flips back to the minimum when it goes past 180 degrees. There's an option to use the old behavior for compatibility, and the tooltip is slightly snarky in the best way. If you didn't realize that you could just select multiple objects and copy a property's value to all the other selected objects, well, neither did I. But now you can also do that for drivers. Just right-click and copy driver to selected.
Wait, that has been a thing before. Hold on.
Multiple objects and copy a property's value to all the other selected objects, well, neither did I. Okay. So that's a really cool function where you can basically copy a value of an object, like the rotation, for example, of this sphere right here. You can copy that over to, for example, this cube, and then paste it as a driver, so that when you change the rotation value of the sphere, for example, it also changes that for the box, for the cube. I guess now you can do that for multiple as well, which is, I guess, kind of interesting. Now you can also do that for drivers. Just right-click and copy driver to selected. The Copy Global Transforms add-on, which is one of the few that still ships with Blender, got two new features. One bakes the animation to the camera, so the motion matches up with it if, for example, you're animating on twos.
That's wait, what is that? Oh, that's an add-on, right? Yeah, the global transforms are really useful add-on. If you do animation, you should check this out. It's also another good trick to fix this, which isn't as, for like a movement like this, it doesn't work as well, but another good trick to fix this is to just parent the object to the camera. This way you can still animate the character. For example, if you have a character and that, and the camera moves around him, for example, you can if you parent the character to the camera, you don't see this jittering that you see right here, for example, because if the object moves every second frame, but the camera moves every frame, you get like this jittering when every time the cube tries to catch up to the camera. If you parent it to the camera, you don't have that problem.
One bakes the animation to the camera, so the motion matches up with it if, for example, you're animating on twos. The other allows you to copy and paste transforms relative to another object.
Okay.
In the pose library, you can now blend a flipped version of the pose in the right-click context menu.
There it is. Oh no. So yeah, okay. So here's the mirroring that I think saw before.
Over in the pose library, you can now blend a flipped version of the pose in the right-click context.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't really apply here because I don't want to set them as assets.
Context menu, or if you hold down Control while dragging a pose asset, it will start the operation as flipped.
Okay. Geometry nodes, nobody cares. Yes. Okay, so nothing crazily new. Wait, so that wasn't even new. When has that been added? Is that, whatever. Who cares? We need to work, okay? We need to finish this animation at some point. So there's no time we can waste here, okay? Okay, so let's go. Yeah, let's finish the beginning. Okay, speed animation mode. Let's see how we do this. Today I'm not tired, so it's all good. So we can work as fast as we can. Okay. Do I want to? Yes, I probably want to go here again. So how would this be? Let's see. What if we just copied this pose? Hold on. this pose. Let me see if that works. What if we just loop the pose in the beginning? What if I do this? Okay. And then I copy this too. Boom. Never mind. Over here. Boom. Yes. I guess that kind of works. Let's see if it works again. This time I need the... Oh, wait. No, that's right. Not this one, this one. Okay, that should work. Yes. It looks kind of weird, of course, since it's the exact same pose multiple times. But if we if we adjust it, I feel like it could look pretty good. Boom. Boom. Maybe it should be slowed down a bit. Have one more key in between. I think so. Okay. Where did it start? Here? Yes. Okay. So what if we do this? I think that's pretty good. If we, you know, make it a bit more expressive and yeah, this one, for example. Make it a bit more expressive, and then we have this one next. I think that could work. Let's do that now. Ooh. I think that's quite important, especially here, since Deadpool is kind of like a goofy character. Making his poses more, you know, more cartoony so far has worked quite well. And overall makes the, you know, the poses, or in general, the animation a bit more expressive, a bit more fun. I think that's kind of also important for anime, since they, you know, as we talked about yesterday, anime is oftentimes more expressive than, or like they focus more on the impression that it leaves on you, rather than the actual, I guess, realism of the scene. So I also don't like how these legs are very, very similar. So I'm probably just gonna... Wait, which direction do they move? Okay, up. Good. So what if we bend this slightly up and this one slightly down? Just to kind of make the pose a bit more, I guess, asymmetric. Okay. Maybe even... No, never mind. Okay. Yes. When will the video come out? At some point, not in the near future. It will take quite a bit longer until it's done. And I've edited the video. Welcome, Nix. Wondering if you have any tips for animation. If you haven't yet, watch a video called The 12 Principles of Animation by Alan Becker. Watch that, and that gives you the basis that you need for animation. The other stuff is more technical, like, you know, how to animate in Blender or whatever. But that is not really as important as knowing, like, the, you know, the 12 principles of animation. Okay. I feel like this pose could also be a bit more expressive. Hold on. So what if we actually do this? Okay. I think that's pretty good. And then if we interpolate... Oh, no, let's do the arms as well. You can see here the leg kind of covers the arm in the viewport here. In the camera view. So let's fix that. Deadpool looking good. Thank you. Okay. I'm really glad that how I thought I could set him up, or I could model him to make him look more drawn, actually works pretty well. Like this pose, for example. looks really, really good. Just because, and what helps a lot with that is just how I set him up. I guess this one isn't really the best view. If I, for example, increase this a bit, increase the resolution to actually show us real shapes, you can see this is what it would look like. Gonna have like these clear drawn lines here with the triceps or the arm and stuff, sculpting him much clearer and with much clearer, like, much clearer muscle structure, I guess. Makes it look much more drawn, which I'm really happy that that actually worked out, because that was just kind of like an idea. And yeah, it's nice to see that turned out well. Okay. I think I want to move. What if I move this over? Like this? Maybe even down? I think that's pretty good. I don't know why, but him slamming into the ground is always funny to me. Okay. Okay, let's see. So this hand is a bit tame right now, the last bit. See how much it moves. So maybe we can move it a bit as well. Maybe even over and out like this. It moves quite a lot here, you can see. It moves forward and then immediately back. That could be fine though. Maybe we can move this slightly further forward. It's quite a long movement, and making it so quickly might look a bit more silly, which is good, but it might also make it look a bit too fast. I think this is fine though. Now, let's do the in-between and see if it works. Oh, there's already an in-between, whatever. No, there you go. Okay, blend. Make it a bit longer than 75% to make it imperfect. There you go. And then elongate to create a better curve. This one, how does this one move? Oh, wait, what? Oh, right. There you go. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now this arm. The beginning maybe might be a bit harder than later, although I don't really know, because the next poses are a bit more, are quite different, so posing them might be a bit harder, but we'll see. I think this method of just kind of creating the, more and more poses and then filling in the gaps works pretty well, so, if we continue this, it shouldn't be that hard for the rest either. This can be a bit lower. Yes, perfect. And then here, we do the same. Boom. Blend to neighbor. Maybe this time a bit less, like 70%. I don't think that makes a huge difference, but, just these small imperfections can make it hopefully look a bit, add that little extra spice that you don't necessarily see every time, but if it's there, you can still feel it. Maybe, hopefully. Okay. Even if you can't, if you're here, you know that it's there, and you can say that you know something about the animation that other people don't. Little Easter egg, I guess. Oh yeah, I know. It's kind of like this, the sitting in the corner of the party meme, where it's like, they don't know that this animation doesn't have perfectly interpolated subframes or whatever in between poses. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Maybe a bit. Actually, let me do this and then we can adjust it. One more pose here. Okay. It's also funny that you can give bones a custom shape, which is why, you know, most of these bones don't look like, you know, normal bones. They look like planes, or like squares, or like arrows and stuff. You can give, you know, bones a custom shape so that you can make them a bit, you know, more readable, I guess, and easier to distinguish. But if you disable subdivisions for them, since you have to create an object that then gets used as the shape, right? So all these objects are basically in a collection that, you know, holds them all, and then they just reference these objects. If you just disable subdivisions, his hand, for example, his hand bone isn't subdivided. Oh, wait, what? That actually doesn't work. Interesting. Sometimes it's subdivided, sometimes it's not, I guess. Weird. Oh, if I do it here? No, weird. Usually the hand bone is rounded instead of just like this square. I don't know why it isn't different here, but yeah, whatever. I guess I just was just hallucinating. I don't know. I think this is actually fine. For the back, let's see. Why is this one so far already? Oh, right, that's why. Okay, this one, and then... What did I do? Oh my god. I am dumb. There you go. Okay. Perfect. So, we have this part done. Just looks like he's just looking straight into the camera, basically, like this. Oh no. But his head is not visible in the camera, so we don't need to adjust it. That's why I just kept it there. You might wonder how I got into this position. Didn't. Okay. Welcome, Zach. Hope you have a good morning. Do you ever plan on participating in one of Punisher's 3D challenges? If it doesn't collide, I guess, with my own projects, then maybe. It's, you know, it's just... This time, for example, I have this project planned. And I don't want to, pause it to do his challenge, for example. I just want to, get it done. And then maybe at some point when I finish the project and then his one comes up, maybe then I'll participate in it. Right now, I just want to get this done. Because usually when I do like a 2-part video, for example, I don't want to have like another project in between. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's do the other ones now. So these ones are a bit different since we have quite big pauses now here. So I don't know how... Well, yeah, I guess we just do the same as we've done before. Kind of fill the biggest gaps and then go from there, and then make the gaps smaller and smaller and smaller, and do that until it is fully animated or keyframed, I guess. Here, for example, you can kind of look at this pose. So that's where we need to get to. And this is what we are starting from. So if you go into the middle here, 1, 2, 1, 2, there you are. We'll probably look a bit more like... Let me now show you how we can rotate him and, create a pretty good in-between of those frames. If we just, for example, select all the bones that are individual, like the IK bones right here. This one, this one, this one. In this case, I could have used IK, but I think I forgot about it. So now we have to work with FK, but I forgot the FK bones. So now we have to deal with IK bones. So now that we have everything selected and the chest bone, I mean the hip bone, as the last object selected. It's going to be the active element, which, since it's like highlighted a bit more, then it's not just bright blue, it is the brightest of blues, which means if we set it the pivot point to active element, it rotates around the hips. So we can now just do this and create an in-between here. Actually, do we need one here? No, this is the one where he just stays on the ground. Something interesting could be, though, if we create like a slight shake here. So maybe this could just be, it could be, hold on. Here? No. Wait, how many frames? 6, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we actually have one here in the middle. We could just do this, for example, to give it kind of like this grinding look, like he's grinding over the ground. Actually, no, that looks kind of weird. I think it's better if it just stays still. Yeah, I think so. But that is a good. Let me mark this section actually, so that we know where there's not supposed to be any more keyframes in the actual pose. There you go. Good. So now we know that these sections here don't need any other keyframes. Okay, good. Let's do this pose first. Okay. So, this one I want to hold the pose a bit longer at the top. So here you can see the pose begins here, and I want to hold this pose for quite a long time. So I don't want to change it too much, and this one is quite different, already tipped over quite a lot. So we might actually just not use as many poses here, or as many keyframes here than we do for the other parts here. So what if we just keep it here? How many keyframes? So there's one keyframe in between these two. What if we do the same here? So we place this pose that is slightly more rotated here, and that might actually be enough. Let's see. Boom, boom. Okay. So I want to just slightly rotate it. Okay, that's pretty good. This change is very, very subtle, so I don't want to make it too subtle. Let me check this again. Okay. So I think this would be pretty good. It needs to be at least some change to make it look good. And we could maybe also rotate this one actually a bit backwards, like this. Like this. To make it a bit more significant. I think that's better. Maybe we actually want to have one in here. Just like slightly different. Like this. While still holding the pose mainly. But, just to show the rotation. Actually, I feel like it looks better if without this keyframe. Does it? Let's see. Maybe, what if we delete this one? Hold on. I feel like this looks better. If it's like more choppy when he flies up. Hold on. I can already like the animation like this. But I feel like we need a few more poses. Hold on. I feel like if we give it too many keyframes in between, it might look actually too smooth. Hold on. So I'm actually wondering if we need these keyframes. Wait. What if we delete these two? I feel like that's better. If it's more choppy, it feels kind of a bit more, I don't know, fast. Yeah, I kind of like it more when there are just fewer keyframes. And then we can maybe move this backwards a bit, like this again. Yeah, I feel like that's better. Okay. Maybe we can make this a bit more expressive. This pose. Maybe by basically just making the limbs a bit more, push the limbs a bit further out of the silhouette to make it a bit more visible. You know, like if you have, for example, a stick figure and it does, I don't know, it looks like this. There you go. You can just create a, you know, a normal pose like this, but you can also make it more expressive, you know, by just changing, making the silhouette a bit more dynamic. You could, for example, I don't know, do this and then have this, right? For immediately change the spine, for example, and then have this like this, for example, just to make the waving a bit more dynamic. So you can quickly, you know, make poses more expressive by basically just making the silhouette more, yeah, dynamic, or like bringing the, basically just creating more curves in an object. So, you know, here we have like a straight line for the spine, straight line for the legs. Here we have like sort of a curve here, sort of a curve here, you know, like an S curve for the spine. And then, you know, of course, what we already had here, a curve here and a curve here. And something also important is then to make sure that the, you know, that none of the, and then if you also make it basically very visible, the pose, it also looks more expressive. So you could, you know, create the same pose here, but make it like this. Still have the same, you know, pose like this, but then you do this. Where you bring both arms basically into his silhouette of his body. And then, I don't know, do this. It doesn't look as clear as this one, just because the limbs are kind of, you know, on top of each other. So it's harder to identify them. Damn it, wrong button. Okay. Never mind. Okay, yeah. And that's what I'm kind of trying to do here. Always making sure that the poses look very, very clear. I wonder what happens if I actually just... Hold on. What if I bring this up a bit so that the slamming down looks even stronger? So this is before. Okay. And this is after. It looks a bit stronger since it waits a second before it goes all the way down. It's kind of hard to explain, but let me show it to you. Hold on. Let's go to the next one, actually. So here, right? You can see that basically this keyframe in between these two, so this one, it's basically perfectly in between these two poses. So this one and then the ground. But if we put this one a bit higher, it creates more strength in the impact, because it's basically like a rubber band where you you know, if you have your fist, you do, it's so hard to visualize it in real life, but basically what you do is you don't just do this, right? You do like this. You wait, you make it slower in the beginning and then speed up faster. Yeah, it's kind of like a small trick that can make impacts a bit more impactful, and I think it works pretty well here. You could maybe even raise it even higher. Let's see if we make it very extreme, like this. I feel like that still works. Boom. Although that might be a bit too... I think that's a bit too little movement. It doesn't indicate that it's moving down, so I think I want to move it a bit down like this. Because otherwise yeah, I think this is better. Okay. Here you can see a very smooth transition too. So what if we do the same here? Like this. You can see it's... Wait, we can even do it even more, can we? Yes. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Okay. Anticipation, exactly. For the environment, I'm gonna do 2D. I'm gonna make it kind of look 2D with 3D environments, with 3D models. But the environment isn't really supposed to be like sort of the main focus here, so I want to keep it fairly simple, like this white, right, with a blue background. Maybe add some more objects in here, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, to really focus on the two characters. Welcome, Cal and Kai. Let's see your animation. I haven't really rendered it yet, but I can show you some of the scenes. So this one's the last one. So this one basically comes right before this. Let me actually show the sequence that led to this, okay? So we have this. No, we have this. Deadpool gets ready, right? There you go. Okay, Deadpool gets ready. Aiming at Wolverine. Wolverine. Unimpressed. Sprints forward. Okay. Not fully done yet, of course. These are rough cuts. Sprints forward again. Okay. Deadpool. Shocked. Doesn't know what he's looking at. Okay. And then all of a sudden. Bang. Okay. And then, but in a change of fate, Deadpool is fast enough to block the shot. Blocks it, I mean the attack with his katana. But it gets launched anyway. And which leads us to this scene. And then, you know, right now we're at this. Slams his sword into the ground and then gets ready to fight. Yeah, okay. So let's get back to this. Okay. What if we... Actually, do I want to raise this? I think that's fine. No, what if we raise this one too? No. Never mind. Maybe actually. Hold on. No, what if we lower this to create the anticipation here too? No, that's kind of weird. Are you making a stream like this more often? Yes. Every Monday through Friday, I stream my project for, I guess, half the day, 4 hours. So yeah, this is gonna go on for, I don't know, almost 2 more hours, 2 hours 15 minutes, and I will do the same tomorrow, and then the next week, and then the next week. Okay, so. This looks kind of weird. I wonder if I want to adjust it. The arm looks a bit weird, this left one. So maybe I'll do this. That might make it a bit easier. It still looks it looks broken, but that's fine. I think that it still works. Yeah. Okay. I think I actually don't want to add a keyframe in between here. I feel like this first part is actually pretty good already. Maybe this, yeah, this one I wanted to adjust a bit. Maybe like this, just make the legs a bit more expressive. Oops, I said it in between. Okay. Yeah. Maybe this arm can be a bit lower. Boom. Okay. And this arm looks pretty good already, I think. Yeah, there you go. And then this section is a bit different. So for this one, I wanted him to land on his back. So I tried to kind of incorporate like a rotation here going from this one. So basically create a transition from this pose, from this pose where you know, slams into the ground forward, with this forward side, front side, into the ground backwards. I needed to have some sort of rotation. I'm not 100% happy with the rotation yet. So maybe we can adjust it a bit to make it look a bit smoother. Maybe the main reason why it looks weird is also that it has a weird pacing right now. This is probably fine, but then the next one should probably be 4 keyframes after this rather than, what is it, like 8. Oops. There you go. What is this? What is moving here? Oh, is that the camera? Maybe. Trying to do a Spider-Man animation right now, but I'm not really the best at animating. Well, the more you do it, the better you get. So, the more scenes you do, the better the last scene will look. So just keep at it and it gets better and better. Anime Batman, maybe at some point. Right now, yeah, we'll get this one done, and then we'll see how people like it. Maybe we'll do more of these, because I kind of like the concept of turning like Western comic book superheroes into like anime style. It sounds like a cool idea. Maybe we'll do it more in the future. Okay. So this is a kind of a subtle, a sudden change here. It doesn't look as good, I think. It needs to change a bit. Hold on. What if we delete this keyframe too? What does that look like? Wait, yeah, hold on. I need to change something. If we are changing the poses, not adding the poses for every second frame, we probably also have to remove the other keyframes for every frame. Or do we? I kind of want to keep them actually. Yeah, probably. I think it's fine. I thought about removing these. Let's see what it would look like. I can't. Hold on. These ones. Please delete them. Okay. No, that's a bit too choppy. So I like the up and down is fine, but not the poses. The actual body doesn't have to change as much. Okay. So this transition is a bit weird. I think I know why, because yeah, the rotation is very, very fast. So I probably want to rotate this slightly more to the side. Like this. Okay. And then let's see. It's kind of hard to follow the movement here because it's such a fast one. So maybe it's better if we actually rotate this one a bit further back again, like this, and then we can adjust it later. Or maybe we just create a whole new pose here. We'll see. You're planning on to make it the sound effects yourself too? I'm not gonna create them myself, but I'm gonna, you know, create the sound design, not really the effects myself, because that is a whole new topic that I've never gotten into before. So I wanna, you know, save some time there and just, you know, grab some sound effects from my good old, what's it called? Epidemic Sound. Okay. Okay, this looks a bit weird. I think I need to change this. What do we bring this down a bit? That might be a bit better. Yeah, I think it's a bit smoother this way. It's still a bit fast though. See how fast it moves from this leg, for example, moves from here to here. So maybe we can adjust that a bit. Maybe like this, let's see. And then this other leg is probably fine. Yeah, this looks a bit better, just with the pose of the leg changing. Maybe this can also be a bit further out. Like here. Just to... yeah, create an easier transition between the poses. Since they are quite different, it's a bit harder, but I think we're getting there. And then this arm isn't really that visible, so let's make that more visible, like down here maybe. There you go. Okay. And the head, I think the head is fine. The jump is still very far, it seems. So maybe, what does it look like? So this looks like this. I think I just need to change it and bring it even further back, maybe. I have an idea. Hold on. I think I need to make him stand, or like be more vertical here. Otherwise it looks a bit too fast, the rotation. Like this. I think that's better. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. So the last thing is basically, let me actually check this one again. This one looks a bit, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Then he slams into the ground again and then bounces up. Here, I might actually want to make his pose a bit more clear. Meaning, since he's now trying to, you know, recover, it's probably important for this pose to be a bit more deliberate and less, I guess, like, you know, reactionary. His body just reacts to the impact of the ground, but rather make it so that he actually looks like he knows what he's doing. Maybe by, you know, pushing off the ground, for example. Maybe like this. It's a bit... yeah, whatever. Kind of like this, maybe. And then the legs could be further together. Not apart, but together. Like this, maybe. Let's bring them a bit closer together so that it looks a bit more like a backflip, I guess. Okay. Yes. I actually might want to move this pose one further over so that I can add one more pose here in between. It looks a bit weird if he just lifts off the ground like this, but I think it's fine. Actually, do I want to add a keyframe there? Maybe. No, I kind of want to keep it there. Let's see what it looks like if I just add a keyframe to make the hand still on, put the hand still on the ground. Like this, just, you know, to make sure that they're still on the ground and he's just not just levitating up. I think that's fine. It's yeah, I think it's better than not having it there. And then here, I want to have one anticipation frame, which would be, I guess, all of these. Okay, and then blend to neighbor, like this. Okay, like this. So now, yes. Look at this. I think that's pretty good. Let's watch it. I think that's pretty good. Let's watch it in full frame. Boom. Okay. Save. Not okay. No crashes, please. Okay, there you go. Let's watch it. Yeah, I think that's fine. There's probably more we could do. I think I probably actually want to move his legs a bit more. Do I? No, I think it's fine. I probably want to, though, I want to move his hand a bit. His hand could probably be a bit more expressive, the right one. Let me show you what I mean. Since he's lifting off the ground, he needs to pull his arms back, right? He could maybe do that a bit delayed with his right one, yeah. Okay, like this. It could even be fully straight. Hold on. To really like use it as like an, you know, like I guess like a sight, or like, you know, when you aim at something, sometimes you use your arm to aim the other arm. So maybe we can use this one kind of that way. Boom. Yes, I think so. I think that's good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, good. So, next up we have some, do we want to have some, yeah, I don't think we need any VFX, well, we could maybe add some. Maybe when he clashes into the ground, some sort of clouds or whatever. Maybe. But I'm curious what that would look like. How long have you been working on this project? The whole project or just the animation? The animation we did work on for so far for like 10 days. The whole project, I don't know, 1.5 months. Bird around his head, what? Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, hold on, let me look through my VFX things and then see if we can use some of this. Oh, okay. Yeah, Cal, I see all your recommendations, but I'm not going to add more characters to this because that would just exponentially increase the time that it takes to finish this project. So I'll just keep. I will not add any more characters. I will leave. I mean, I will stick to only Wolverine and Deadpool for now. Maybe at some point, there could be a moment where there's somebody else, but you know that just means I would have to create the character, and that will take a long time. And I don't have that time, unfortunately. Okay, so what do we need? We need the... Oh, I want to see the shockwave, not debris, not the circle. This one? No. Dust shockwave? Yes. This one. Hold on. Does this work? If we use 2. We can't even use 2. I guess that could still work. Maybe we could try it, since we can just rotate it so that the middle one is invisible, just to have like a little, you know, like a cloud coming up when he hits the ground. I'm curious if that could work. Let's see. Let's just create a new collection. VFX. Okay. Oh, it's black. Why is it black? Oh, because the shader's black? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. I guess we can use this as a base and then make it... Let's use this. There you go. Why is it so... Why is there no... What would you call it? It has no color. I guess I need to change this here. What is it? This one? I can't even bring in highlights. What is going on here? Hold on. Hold on. Aha, there it is. Yeah, maybe this... Oh, I would have to change the shader for this to work. So... Do I want to change that? Probably. Yes, I do. Okay, let's do that real quick. I want to separate color. Did you do these VFX? Yes. Welcome Dark Gaming. Welcome Raycraft. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Yes, so the problem that I have with this setup, right, is that the lighting here works a bit different. I set these shaders, the shader for the clouds, up so that they work with like basic one point shading, or like basic, what would you call it? Like basic, dude, what's the name? Cartoon shading, whatever, stylized shading, okay? But that is not the setup that I have here, so this doesn't work properly. But what I'm looking for is not this one. So I use 3 lights in this scene. I use a blue light to create the shadow on the ground. Wait, I don't need to change anything. I just remove the... I can't remove it because then oh wait, I can, hold on, I can. I believe. I just need to change the shader, hold on. Where is it? Is it this? No. Somewhere here, we... Is it this? Ah. There you go. I guess that works. Okay, that's fine. So, now we can actually just remove this light, and this should work fine. Usually for this lighting, for this scene, I use a blue light, a green light, and a red light to do different things. Blue light for the ground shadow, green for the main shadows on the character, and then the red for like a rim light, for example. But that is not really how this is set up, how the clouds are set up. But I guess since I can just remove the other two lights, it should work normally now. But I guess the lighting is so... Or what I could also do, I guess, is use the red light. Since I don't... No, I can't do that. Oh. It's a finicky situation. Let's first see what it looks like. Hold on. So this... So it would look kind of like this, but it doesn't really look like clouds, right? Just like a flat top. Looks kind of weird. I guess it looks better in the end, but I think it can still look better. So what if... What if we use the red light? So the red light, of course, adds a rim light to this, but only if I activate it. So if I deactivate the rim light for all of the characters, so here, for example, I can go in here and say rim light switch. I can make it turn it off, and then nothing has a rim light where I switch it off, right? So I would just have to do that for all of these. And then I can actually work with this light, with this rim light, and only use the rim light for the clouds. That might actually work. I just have to go through each object here and deactivate the rim light, which can take a bit, but hopefully it makes the final result a bit better. There you go. Yeah, each object has its own settings, which is you know, a bit annoying, but also useful when you actually want some things to have a rim light, and sometimes you know, and some others are not supposed to have one. I guess in this case I just want to deactivate it for all of them, which means I have to go through each one and then deactivate it manually, but you know, I only have to do it once, so it's not too bad. Boom. Tolle Farben, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to make this one a bit more colorful because I just like the style. Also, I think this style is a bit easier to recreate in 3D than a more detailed style. So I stuck with this. It's also a bit easier to create, I guess. For the Berserk animation, for example, I used something more detailed, which, you know, first of all takes longer, but also just, oh, this one needs to reset, there you go. But also, it doesn't look that great. So it's kind of the worst of both worlds. Oh, this one doesn't even have it. Oh, interesting. Wait, it does. There it is. Okay. There you go. Was just watching the original video and saw you streaming. Welcome. Welcome, Primer. Hope you have a good day too. Which work style do you prefer, stylized or realistic? I tend to do realism. So my brain just is more geared, I guess, towards realism. but realism is also a bit more straining, I guess, because it requires more attention to detail, and you need to make sure that the, you know, that everything looks. You have to always think, oh, could this realistically look like this? Could this realistically move like this? Could this realistically deform like this? You can kind of be a bit more lenient with that in animation. I mean, in stylized projects. So they're a bit, you know, they're more fun in that way. But like this challenge of creating something realistic is also cool. So it's nice to have like a mix between the two. If I had to choose, I would probably stick to like if I had to make any project I do one style, I would probably stick to realistic, just because I enjoy it a bit more. But for animation, I definitely prefer stylized, since it's just more, it gives you more freedom. So it is done. No, it is not. Hold on, one more thing. Okay, finally. So it is all all unrimlit. So now we can use the rim light for the clouds. Basically what we need is a separate RGB, separate color, so we can distinguish between the red light and the green light, for example. See, this is the green light, which looks like this. We have the blue light, which is off, of course, which means it should be black, yeah. And then the red light, which looks like this. So if we only use the red light here, we should get this look, which means that if we now use we move the red light, ta-da, we move, and we change the cloud shadow. So I guess now we can optimize the cloud shadows a bit more to make them look like actual clouds. Also, I probably want to adjust something, because I realized that in my Berserk animation as well, where I use this mainly, sometimes the shadows look kind of, you know, kind of choppy. And we can fix that pretty easily if we just at the end right here add a little thing right here, which would be, we need a normal map, I mean a normal node, and then we use blur attribute. We need something else, which I forgot. Oh, right. Store named attribute. Put that in here. We want to save blurred normals. Okay. There you go. Blur attribute basically smoothes out anything. If you would have a value of 1 and a value of, you know, a value of like two vertices, one has the value of 1, the other has the value of 0. As far as I know, it then blurs them together by setting both to 0.5. I guess that's how I think of it. Maybe that's totally wrong, but that's how I think of it. It's basically like, you know, a blur in like a 2D software, or like a photo editing software, where it kind of makes everything, you know, blurry by looking at what pixels are around one pixel and then trying to even them out a bit more. That's kind of the same that happens here. So if you change this to this and then put it in here, we now have saved this changed vector, the changed normals. Now we can just copy this name, move back to the shader, and grab this attribute, change it to this new attribute that we just saved. You know, so now we have the normals that we have blurred and put them into the diffuse, and theoretically this should make them a bit smoother. It might look horrendous. You know, see, now if we do this, so this is what it looked like after, this is what it looked like before, makes them a bit smoother and hopefully a bit more like you would actually draw them, and less geometric, I guess. I could have also done it the other way around, but I think this way is better. You can also just use the blur attribute to blur or to smooth the actual object, the surface. But in this case, I wanted to only blur the surface normals. You can also, if you were going to the geometry and adjust the blur attribute node, you can also increase the iterations. which makes them of course way smoother, but I don't want to do it too much because that will just make them look very, very basically the same as it did before, where it's just like the top is white, the bottom is dark. I kind of want to only smooth it like once so that it doesn't look like this basically, but more like this. Okay, so let's see if we can adjust this now. Rim light? No, yeah, the rim light. Let's see. Maybe something like this. That doesn't look too bad. Okay, let's see if we can put it into place. Of course, right now it's way too big. Maybe we can use the two clouds like this. And then move it a bit over. Maybe rotate it so that it doesn't show the other cloud. Like this. Maybe that could work. Let's see. It's kind of hard to hide this one. I can't set it to 2, unfortunately, because that's not how I set it up. Can I fix that? Hold on. Where's the carrot? Oh, I think I finished it already. Yeah. Realism is a bit hard, especially with a potato PC. Yeah. If I had a laptop, for example, to work with, I would probably not try to go too deep into realism, just because it's... I would probably do like stylized realism. So it's kind of, you know, so I can get as close to realism as my PC allows me. But since my PC is strong enough, I can go full ham, I guess. Okay. So the way this is set up is that we have an original object, which is this. Looks like this. So it's basically just like this little, I don't know what it is, like little thing, okay? Just this little geometry thing. That's what we start with. And then we create a circle, which is not visible, I guess, for some reason. We create a curve circle. Oh, here it is. Is that the one? Why is it not visible? Hello? Okay, I guess that doesn't work. Basically, how this works is we create a circle, and then we put this thing, like this geometry object, onto the circle, and then change the rotation so that they always point into the middle. And that's how they, you know, go in the different directions. Of course, obviously, with the circle can't have 2 vertices, because that would just be a line. And that is, I think, also why we can't change the amount to 2. Let me see where this input goes to. Hold on. Amount. Here it is. Goes to here, the curved circle, of course. But also to here. If only I remembered... Oh, this is for the calculation of the rotation. Did I just set this to minimum 3? Yes. What if I set it to 2? Hold on. What happens now? Oh. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, 3 is minimum, unfortunately. Huh. I guess I could also draw in some VFX rather than using this. And this looks kind of weird if I rotate it too much. So I can't really remove this right part. I guess I could change the shader to remove it, maybe. Poof. Maybe? Let's see if we can do that. Hold on. Yeah, let's see. It shouldn't be too hard. We just go in here and add a new mix shader with transparency. Transparent. Boom. And then use a gradient. Oh. If you're wondering why your weird transparent objects, not weird, but why your transparent objects in Blender 4.2 Eevee look so weird and have noise in them, it's because you need to change the render method from dithered to blended. did it basically create like a noise effect to create like a transition from transparent to non-transparent. I think blended doesn't do that. But I guess what it does is it hides what? That's one issue that I had before as well, where blended just hides an object behind another one even though it's in front of it. So that's an issue with blended, but it shouldn't be too bad since we, you know, in the end they will look like this. So they shouldn't be behind another object. Never mind, it still happens. Okay, well, well, I guess that doesn't work. Okay, well, I guess we'll forget about this. I think I'm just gonna draw in some clouds here and some sparks. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Yeah. Oh, I actually forgot some objects. Okay, well, I guess that doesn't work. So I'll just add some VFX in, you know, by hand, by drawing them in. Welcome, Ash. Hope you have a good day. More Deadpool, bruh. Yes, indeed. Okay. I think this scene is basically done. Oh. Now that I don't use the clouds, I can also just remove the room light, I guess. And that should fix some of the issues. Something that I want to do now probably is... I wonder if I could zoom in a bit. Actually, no, I don't want to zoom in, but what I want to do is bake the line art. And then this scene is basically done for now. The raw cut, I guess. We need the inline, manual. Yes, we don't need the outline. Okay. Okay. So. I also don't think we need the manual lines. I guess I can add them for now and then I can remove them later. I feel like it looks better if he doesn't have the lines inside. Maybe some of them. So I'll render it and then maybe fix it later. Okay. Yesterday we had a weird bug where when I want to bake the line art, it just crashes Blender for no reason, basically. The solution for it was to unselect everything in the scene. I don't know why, but maybe it happens again and then I can show it to you. Let's bake it. Never mind, it just works. Okay. Good. It behaves how it should. Yeah, yesterday you no matter what you change in the scene, it just crashed for some random after some random frame amount. At least it's not the case here. But if you ever have the same problem, you know how to fix it, hopefully. I never had that problem before, but now that I had it, I know another way. I know a way to fix it. And that's how you learn. Solving problems, basically. How did you keep on going when you were starting out on YouTube, when you weren't as famous as now? By enjoying the process. I like editing. I like 3D. I like making videos. So by combining all those together and enjoying all of them, I am now here. Oh, let me fix those lines and then we can move on. So here's a cool trick to remove multiple frame, like to adjust multiple frames at once. If we go into draw mode, Basically what I want to do is I just want to remove these lines because they're wholly unnecessary. So to remove them, we can first of all make sure that we delete the whole stroke when we draw or like erase one part of the stroke. And then we also make sure that we have this enabled, multi-frame. This way you can just go ahead and, you know, first of all we can see the lines aren't always there. These lines here in the front are always there. You know, these ones. Now we just basically select all keyframes. Okay, and now we can see that's what it looks like. These are all the drawn frames that exist. Okay, and then we just delete them. If we do that like this, and we make sure that nothing is left, these lines are deleted for all frames. So now if you go through this, I guess this one is another layer. You can see the lines are all gone in the front, right? The one there that just remained, I think is actually, yeah, I don't know where they come from. It must be from this layer. It's just one frame where it exists. That's crazy. And it was the exact layer that I was on. Okay, let's see if I can fix it. Hello? It's just immortal. It's undeletable. Let me go into edit mode. It's actually not here. How is it in manual? That's weird. Okay, but there you go, easy. And now in one stroke, basically, you've cleaned up the entire timeline. Easy. How do you learn the graph editor? By I started learning so there's kind of a few things that go into the graph editor. The first way that I learned how to use the graph editor is actually through Photoshop. Since in Photoshop you have the path, I guess it's, oh, I don't even need Photoshop. I can show you the same in Blender. In Photoshop you have something called the path tool, which is basically just like the Bezier curve. So, you know how you can use the Bezier curve to create smooth curves like this? By you know, extruding out more handles, for example, or more points, and then adjusting the handles. This is kind of the first thing that I learned. So if you move the handle, you know, the whole thing rotates. If you hold Control G, I think. How do you separate them? Doesn't work. Okay, whatever. There are different ways how you can also separate these so that when you move this one, the other one doesn't move. But the main, you know, natural way these work is that they're basically like a bar that determine the, I guess, velocity or direction of the curve. By changing them, you can change, you know, what the curve looks like. So if you were to, for example, if you want to create like an S curve here, for example, what we would do is rotate this one this way and then this one the other way, and we create an S curve right here. If you want to make it a bit more steep, we can scale this, for example, and that's the first thing I guess I learned, how to use the, you know, these kind of handles. So once you understand how that works and how, you know, by adjusting them, the curve changes, then you kind of need to understand how the graph editor, I guess, works, or what the graph editor actually shows you. So if you, for example, have a sphere, okay, and then you animate it. Oh, that's not right. Hold on. There you go. You want to animate it, so you have this, you know, this position, then you have this position, and then you go back to the original. Okay, these are the two keyframes. So, you know, what you basically have said here is that the you know, throughout the timeline here, the sphere is supposed to have the value of 0 on the z-axis for frame 1, a value of 2.5688 for frame 50, and then a value of 0 for 100 again. If you wanted to, you could even just delete the other two axes because they're unimportant. You can see they're straight, or like just straight bars because their values don't change. But there you go. So now you see this reflected here. And then so if you were to just do this, right? And only say that the sphere is supposed to be in those positions with those keyframes, it would look like this. But of course, to create natural, movements to animate something, not just to move it somewhere in one frame, you interpolate in between those keyframes. So you can do that by, for example, linear interpolation. So basically just saying interpolate, so meaning what would the movement between those keyframes look like if the value here is 0, or like if the beginning position is here and the end position is here, what would the movement in between those keyframes, so basically from frame 2 to frame 49, what would the movement look like to reach this position from this position? And then the PC interpolates what that would look like. It would basically just be like a straight line like this. And that's how interpolation basically works. Then you can make the interpolation a bit more spicy by introducing curves into them. First of all, before we go into that, the interpolation, then if we were to think about like, oh, we can see the Z value here, right? We can see the Z value is 0. And then, for example, if we think about, okay, what if we interpolated from 0 to, let's just set this to 3, right? The value here is 3. What would the 25th frame look like? It should be 1.5. I guess here it's 1.4694 for some reason, but theoretically it should be, the frame in between, perfectly in between the two main frames, or like the two key frames, should be 1.5 if the top is 3 and the bottom is 0. And then, you just kind of think, okay, what would then the middle between 25 and 50 be? Middle between, that's, that's how you just kind of calculate the interpolation in linear. But if you, and then if you go to the graph editor, of course, you can also see the interpolation here. So basically the way this works is basically by moving this, you can see the graph here basically follows the same, movement as the sphere. Goes up and then goes down. But this actually doesn't show you the movement. It shows you the value change throughout time. So if you look at this graph, right, we can see here, it's kind of hard, probably pretty small for you, but the bottom here, the line at the bottom is 0. And then up here, we have the value of 3. So this is kind of like a graph. Oops. So this point right here, this is at frame 50. If you were to create a graph out of this, how you would, imagine it from school, for example, the graph would be like this. This is frame 50. So this, this axis would show you the frames. There you go. And this would show you the value. There you go, value. Okay. So it starts at 0, right? 0, 0, 0. And then it goes all the way to 50. No, this is frame 50. Horizontally it's frame 50. And then vertically it is value 3. So this is 3. And this is 50. So the interpolation then basically just shows you what the values are that are being calculated by the computer. So, when you move this cursor, you would move in time by, 1 frame until you reach 50. And the value there would change, goes higher and higher, and in a linear fashion increases until you reach frame 50 and it reaches the value 3. That's kind of what it shows you here. Basically the value change between the keyframes. Now if you use the Bezier interpolation, meaning you add curves you basically add curve handles to each of these keyframe points, you can see the curve changes because now you have these handles that you can basically adjust just like any other curve. The way you would read this now is that the value would change slower now compared to what is it? Linear interpolation. Since linear interpolation went just straight up. Here now, since we have these handles now, the interpolation starts slow, speeds up, then we have the max speed here somewhere in the middle, and then it slows down again. And that's how you kind of, I guess, you know, that's how you read curves. So if you have this object, for example, like this, you know, the sphere, and you want this, for example, to start very, very slow and then speed up and then slow down very quickly again, you can, for example, take both of these handles and set it to individual centers and scale it so that the curve gets steeper and steeper, which means that the most of the value change from the lowest position of the sphere to the highest position happens basically here in this moment. And then if we play it, you can see, ooh, that's how it works. If we scale it even more, you can see the curve gets even steeper, and then it basically almost teleports, zip, upwards. See? And that's how you can retime or change the way the curve, with these handles you can change the way, I guess, the timing of the movement works. The beginning and end point of the movement will stay the same. So it will always end at frame 50 with a value of 3. It will always begin at frame 0 or 1, I guess, with a value of 0. But the way it gets to that point, the timing, I guess, of that, you can change with these handles. Yeah, and that's how the Bezier, or like the graph editor, kind of works, or how you understand it and how you can use it. What you could also do, something fun, if you want to create some like bounciness into your animation, bring some bounciness into it, is if you do this, then you have like, you go past the actual value that you wanted to reach, and then you create like this. I guess if we remove this value, for example, we create this overshooting of the value you want to reach, which looks like this. And then if you want to make it a bit more natural, you can add another keyframe here, for example. Oh, I guess I'll do this. Nope, just one. And then the curve automatically creates the second part here, right? Since this handle is still connected to this one, it's just a, you know, a stick that determines the curve. It also creates like a bit more after movement or reaction to the overshooting, and creates like this bounciness at the end. So it takes a bit until it settles. So something you could do, for example, if you create like a very subtle, sudden movement, you can see my hand always has a slight jiggle at the end, right? To add that here, for example, you could move this forward like this, and then move this a bit closer to, maybe scale this down, so you get something like this. Okay, this is a bit slow still, so you can make it even steeper, or like even bring it even closer to create like a slight jiggle at the end. Okay, and then also change the curve a bit, so like that it looks a bit more like this. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. Yeah. Something that doesn't work though is that you can't scale past. So you can't scale this keyframe here. I mean this handle past the following keyframe, which is a bit weird since now I can't really sharpen this curve at all, except if I scale this one up, but then you move sort of the timing a bit. I would like to scale this a bit more. Maybe there's a setting for it, but you can't do it right now. You can see once I go back in front or before this point, it makes this, it affects the curve, but if I go past it, nothing happens. If I wanted to make this sharper, I guess I would have to add another keyframe. So that's how you use, I guess those are sort of the basics for the graph editor. It can get more complicated, of course, if you have all these different graphs and stuff. But basically, if you see like the whole spaghetti of graphs, you always just have to make sure or keep in mind that all of these graphs just show you the value change of a set value throughout time. So for example, if I go to his body and I select everything and I go to the graph editor, you can see it looks like this. Of course, here I have constant interpolation or no interpolation, so constant value changes. So when it reaches the keyframe, it just goes to that value. If I would set this to linear, for example, or Bezier, you would see the graphs here. And if you wanted to, for example, adjust, I don't know, his hand, for example, like this hand, you could select the hand and then open this up here so you can see all the values that have a keyframe. And if you, for example, know that his movement, that you want to, for example, ease the movement forward, you can look at, you know, what you would probably change is not the rotation, because that doesn't really change the position of the hand or the scale. So you can hide all these, for example, and only really look at the locations. And then you see, okay, maybe it's the X location. What happens if I change the X location? If I change the graph, the keyframe here, you know, the point on the graph up and down, you would increase or decrease the value. And this shows you, the X location changes, moves the hand in this way. The Y location moves it in this way. And the Z location moves it in this way. And this way you can identify which value does what. And then you can see, oh, I want to change the Y value. I think what you can do is you can fully focus on this value. Is it this way? No. Somehow you can hide everything except this value with a single hotkey. I don't know what it is, but you can also just hide the other two. And then, you know, all you're left with is the graph for the single value. Sometimes what you also see is that you have something like this, where like all you really see is like one or two lines, like just straight up or straight down, even though it might be, for example, has a Bezier interpolation. And that is because you need to just fit the graph. The graph is basically just scaled up vertically so that you only really see a small part of the full graph. And if you want to, you know, just focus on the entire graph and, you know, fit it into this frame, you can select the value and then press dot on the numpad if you have that. It's basically the button that you also use if you, for example, want to focus on something. So if I want to focus on the hand now here in this viewport, I can just press the button and then it focuses on that. That's the same button that you use here in the graph editor to focus, either one point, I guess, if you only have 1 point selected, or if you press A to select all points, you can focus on the entire animation. I think, what is this? That's something else. Yeah. And then I could, for example, also scale this and stuff. Can I? I should be able to. Okay, scaling doesn't work. But that's how you can work with the graph editor in a basic way, I guess. Yeah, it's a bit more complex. It's a bit, you know, it goes a bit deeper into animation, but it's a really, really useful tool. Some people don't animate with it at all and only really change the interpolation between different keyframes. But I prefer just adjusting the curves because that's how I have done it before in 2D. And I understand it pretty well, so I prefer using curves rather than just adjusting the interpolation method. Welcome, Jen. Hope you have a good day. Gen Z. How long did it take you to make and rig the Deadpool model? Probably a couple days. Deadpool model probably a bit longer than Wolverine, just because of the weapons and stuff. So probably like 5 days or so, you know, everything. And then, well, rigging, I added like the rig of the weapons, for example, a bit later. So that I haven't added right when I created the model, but I would say probably like a week max. Wolverine, probably like 4 days or so. So yeah, there you go. Use the NLA editor sometimes. I don't like it as much. It has its uses, but it's I don't think it's that useful here, for example. It's very useful if you want to reuse animations, for example. Since you can create like animation sets, like a walking animation, for example, or like hand waving, and then you can combine multiple of those sets together to create a motion, for example. I don't really do that much, so it's not really useful for me. But if you, for example, have like if you want to animate, for example, a video game character, there it might be a bit more useful, since you might have like, I don't know, a character running, and then a character, I don't know, attacking while running, and then a character jumping and attacking and stuff. So combining these, you would, I guess, more effectively do it in the engine itself, in the game engine, but I guess you could also do it in Blender if you want. Yeah. So I don't use it as much, but it can be useful if you, for example, want to apply certain graph editor modifiers, like the stepped interpolation. If you want to apply that to the entire movement of a character, you would either have to go into the graph editor and select every single value and apply the stepped interpolation, for example, or you turn the entire animation into an action, into one strip, and then you can apply the stepped interpolation to the entire animation. So you only have to, you only have one modifier instead of like 500 or so. So that's when it's really useful. Okay, let's render this out. And then we can go to the next scene. Let me drink something real quick. Have you ever used a render farm? Once. For a project, yes. I tried it out, didn't like it, and then never used it again. Scene 14. It just always seemed very not unstable, but uncertain. Maybe I just need to use it more and get more used to it, but like the fact of uploading your file to a different PC and then just hitting render, there's like so many things that I can imagine can go wrong, and then it renders. You can't really preview it. Maybe you can, but you can't really preview it from what I know until it's done, and then you realize, oh, there was something wrong at frame 15 out of 500. I need to render the whole thing again, and then you spend like, I don't know how much money just to render the ring, to render the animation wrongly, so you have to do it again. I would prefer to just render it myself. Of course, sometimes if you want to spend time, want to save time, I guess, then it can be good. Or if you don't have a good enough PC. But then also, if you don't have a good enough PC, you couldn't really create a scene that your PC couldn't render. So I guess that wouldn't really happen. But yeah, it always seemed very gambly, I guess. Oh. There you go. Always seems like a gamble. Kind of. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you, BL Money Z. You have a good day. Do you know how to do similar methods in Maya? What do you mean? The interpolation thing? I think the only thing that I really used here that isn't... Oh, I made a mistake. The only thing that isn't possible that I'm doing here, like I've always heard that Maya has better animation tools. So I don't think there's something you can't do in Maya that you can't do in Blender, except maybe for like grease pencil stuff. I don't know if Maya has anything like that, but I heard that at least for animation, Maya is supposed to be better. What am I looking at? Oh right, I need to render this again. I mean, bake it again. Oh god. Sometimes I hit bake and then nothing happens. And then sometimes, let's see if it's the case here, I clear the bake again. Maybe move the timeline a bit and then bake it again. And then it works. This time I guess it didn't. Maybe it helps if I just reopen the file. Okay, let's see. Boom, easy. Just reopen the file and then fixes everything. I guess I was just thinking generally, as I don't know much about Blender, I love the shaders you're using. Oh yeah, I guess Maya doesn't really have EV, like a real-time, or like a stylized shading. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it does, but of course in Blender you just have the shader to RGB node that you can then use to sharpen the shadows, you know, to make them 100% sharp instead of, you know, like a gradient. I don't know if you have that in Maya. I've never used Maya, so I couldn't tell you anything about Maya. But so yeah, it might be harder to render stuff like this in this style. But when it comes to the tools, I think they're pretty similar. Okay, let's see if this works. Yes, nice. Welcome, Simeon. Hope you have a good day. Oh, Maya can do grease pencil. Nice. Well, let me check. Grease pencil in Maya. Oh, it actually has a tool that is exactly also called the grease pencil. Why is it called the grease pencil, by the way? Is it greasy? What makes it greasy? Why wouldn't it just be the pencil tool? Oh, there's even a marker and a soft pencil. Interesting. Can you create solid objects? It doesn't seem like there is a solid tool. Maybe you define that with the shader settings, because you know in Blender you can not only draw lines, but you can also draw like solid shapes. How to use Maya's grease pencil? Hold on. I think there's unique ways to render with Maya. Okay. Okay, hold on. So here's a video about it. So here we have the grease pencil and you can paint some stuff. Okay, can you do solid stuff? Oh, hello. Have you been drawn too? Is this an animation? Okay. Oh, but this, oh, okay, at least this one seems to be more used for annotations. This one seems like the annotation pencil, not like the grease pencil. It's the same name, I guess, and you can create frame by frame animations. But can you also create, you know, solid shapes, or change the color, for example, of the lines? How old is this video? 3 years ago, okay. Ah, you can change the color, okay. You can erase, oh that's cool. So it actually doesn't create a line how it's used in Blender, it actually creates, oh you actually draw onto the screen rather than the scene itself. Interesting. Okay. Let's see, hold on. Maya Toon shader. Look at this cute flower. Okay. There you go. That looks stylized. How is it made? I want to see. Okay. Oh, so there you go. So you actually do have some sort of what would you call it? Some sort of sharpened shadow thing. Does Maya have nodes? Or only the settings on the right? I guess it only has that. Blender has that too, right? Because you can also go into the nodes if you want. Okay. It seems like there are no nodes. Maybe there are. Okay, yeah. That was me outside your window. Ooh. Seeing, are you trying to find me? Trying to do echolocation. Okay. Problem is there is a delay on the stream, so you need to account for that to find me. Put some Mario Kart music. It kind of sounds like that. The jazz music that I have on right now. But I don't want to risk any DMCA stuff for the stream, so I like to just use the Epidemic Sound music. Okay. Let's get rid of all this now again, and then we're good to go. Oh, there are more lines now. Okay. No line. Are you lying to me? You're not. Good. Okay. Let's render this and then we can do the next bit. Yes. Good. Render animation. Welcome Sleep Morty, hope you have a good day. I was wondering if you've heard of a YouTuber named Bane. He doesn't do exactly the same content as you do, but he's a talented animator. Maybe. I usually am really bad with names. Let me see. Oh yeah, wait. Yes. I've seen his Berserk video. Yeah, he does 2D animation, right? There's another one that, if you like his sort of animations, there's another one that's really cool. But that person only is like an actual animator, not a you know, that person doesn't do it for like a video idea. It's more just, you know, wait, why is this hidden? Hold on. Why is this just not rendered? What happened here? Hello? Let me, what's his name? I think if you look up Blender, no, not Blender. Berserk animation. There it is. Mark Reimer. M-R-A-M, yeah, Mark, and then R-E-Y-M-E-R. He does like fan animations too. Some for Berserk, I think some others too. I think One Punch Man too. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, there are a few. Yeah, he makes like fan animations. Of course, Banye, I guess is how you say it. Does like a creates a video concept out of it, like a challenge. But yeah, I've seen his Berserk video. Okay, so why do I not see the ground? What is this? What happened here? Why is he in the ground? Also, wait, is that supposed to be like that? No. No, wait. I don't know if his... Let's render another frame. Yeah, the ground is just hidden. Why? What happened to the ground? The ground is there. You can see it here too. But it's just not there. And the weird thing is... The other ground is there though. What is happening? Am I missing something? Is it the clipping? No. There must be something going wrong, and I don't know what it is. Huh. Me and him talk all the time about you. Are you doing videos too, or do you just know him? Yeah, what he's going on here? I see the line here, but it seems like it's clipping. See how there's like the slight line right there? And if you compare it to the original, you see it there too. So this line is in the frame, but then it seems like it's just cut off after that. So something that can happen is that the camera clipping is set too high, so you can see it if I just increase this, how it just vanishes at some point, see? But you can see it's not the case. What is happening? I am confused. So there must be some... Oh, I see it. Aha! Aha! There it is. I see it. It is the base ground that I don't use, the main, the ground that I usually use, right? For the other scenes. That I don't use here, I just hid it. And I did not disable it for the actual render. So now... Show me. There you go. Now it's fixed. Easy. Okay. Easy. Something that is always kind of weird, or that I thought about before, is how to... Like, I thought about the sword, and how the sword sometimes is very, very thin, so it could look kind of weird if you just draw a straight line. But I think it's actually thick enough for it to look decent. See how, like, this sword here, for example, is thick enough? Sometimes if it's too thin, of course, you just see a straight line, and then, that could look kind of weird. But I also think that usually in animations, they actually try to avoid just drawing a straight line and just, give the sword a slight tilt so that you still see the side of it, even though you naturally wouldn't in real life. Yeah. or we've been making content, but we've been taking it more seriously now. Okay, working on a project myself. Nice. If I make video essays, oh okay, so it's a bit different. Excited for you to finish this. You left me on a cliffhanger. Yeah, so the thing is, so we've worked on this now for 10 days, okay? Some scenes, the beginning scenes are a bit more finished than the last scenes here, right? But looking at my storyboard, okay? We're on storyboard 2 now, almost, right? So we create this scene right now, the last one on storyboard 1, and then we would move on to storyboard 2, you know. But as you can see, we have 3 more after this. And maybe I will actually end the animation here, okay, right here. Or no, not there, but here. Maybe at some point here. And maybe make it part 3, just because of how long it takes. Depending on, you know, for example, how well this is received. Yeah, so I might do that too, just because of how long, you know, this takes. Also, you need, you know, I also need to always keep in mind that this is only one part of this whole animation. Something that isn't done yet. So this is all just the 3D part of the animation. The 2D part is what takes the longest, overpainting and fixing shadows and stuff. So it is, I would basically have to double at least the time that it takes me to finish where we are right now. So that's always something that I need to keep in mind. And I like to keep projects slightly, like I like to have projects not be longer than like 1.5 months. Because I like to at least publish a video every 2 months minimum. I would like to finish one every month, but that is kind of impossible right now. So I accept 1.5 at this point. So yeah, maybe we'll end the animation somewhat early, but the good thing is that there is like a moment in the animation where it lends itself pretty well to like a cliffhanger, you know, moment, kind of similar to the Berserk animation, where you have like this moment where the sword gets closer and closer to the eye and then just cuts, so that there's like a cliffhanger, I guess. I think I can do that here too. And also usually, you know, I've, you know, made this storyboard so that the animation kind of has a... Actually, no, the animation overall, even here at the end, has a... What would you call it? A cliffhanger? Or not really a clear ending. So I guess it doesn't really matter when I end it. I just finish as much as I... You know what? I might actually just end it at a certain date, or like set myself a deadline and just end it at that point. Since they're like, you know, if you think about like when you can set a cliffhanger, you can put it like anywhere in the animation almost. You know, you could put it like where people like, you know, start running towards each other, or they could be, I don't know, when somebody hits the other person, then it's maybe a bit weird, but you know, you have different opportunities to place a cliffhanger. And I might need to do that here, since, you know, if we reach the end of one storyboard after 10 days, we would be here still working on the block out after 50 days. And I think that's a bit too long. But we'll see how far we get. Okay. Oh, I just closed my Explorer. But the scene is finished. So now let's do the next one. The next one is pretty simple, and I will show you what it looks like. Actually, we can probably even reuse this. Yeah, let me show you what the next scene is. The next scene is basically just, I can't really show it to you because I haven't really sketched it out, but it's basically just like a context shot of the sword slamming into the ground. So to show that he, you know, slams the sword into the ground to break his fall. Where's my... Do this. Haha. Okay. Yeah, we can probably just reuse the scene actually. But we have to readjust it a bit, but that's fine. Yeah, let's just reset the whole thing. Let's save this as scene 15 as well, and then go from there. Interesting how you storyboard it. I forced myself to make a storyboard this time because I think it helps visualize the idea. You know, oftentimes when you think about a scene, you just have like these key moments in your head, but you also need to, you know, if you actually create a storyboard, it allows you to actually manifest, I guess, and test your imagination to see if it actually could be done that way or if you have to change it a bit. And I wanted to make sure that you know, that this scene or that this animation works how I imagine it, and also it makes it just easier to keep the idea in your mind, or to, you know, writing down the idea makes sure that you still know what you thought about 5 weeks ago by just looking at the storyboard. So you never, you know, after like 5 weeks, think like, wait, how was this scene supposed to be again? How was this animation supposed to continue? You just, you know, draw it, and then you can just always refer back to it. And it makes it easier to work. It makes it, you know, less stressful and maybe even faster. Okay. Let's let's do this. We don't need the line out right now. All we need is not the background. We need him, well, only really the sword, and the camera and the floor. We can, so yeah, that's why I wanted to keep this, because the floor is still pretty good. I just want to zoom in a bit more and really only show the sword slamming in, showing some sparks or whatever, and you know, still using these speed lines to identify that it's, you know, still moving fast. Yeah, so let's do that. But you craft your Deadpool video to keep viewers coming back to your channel. That was really well done. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's kind of a benefit that you have with when you don't make as many videos, where you can create like anticipation, and then people forget about, you know, what they were excited about. But then when the video actually comes out, what I like to do sometimes, just because it's fun, I like to upload it the day before and then set it to what's it called? You create a premiere a day early so that people see it in their feed and already, you know, and then remember, oh yeah, I was excited about this at some point. And then they, you know, they see it in their feed and get reminded of it. And I think you can make that feeling of that, like the remembering, a bit stronger if you upload less. But of course that has its own, I guess, downsides. But also, you know, enough upsides, I guess that is not too bad. The goal is monthly uploads for sure, though I know how tedious the process can be. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit... I've seen, like, recently I watched, like, graphic designer videos on YouTube, like, redesigning popular brand logos, and then it's like, oh, you know, and them talking about, like, oh, you know, I've been working on this for the whole day already, so I'm kind of tired. I want to finish this soon. And I'm like, a day, cool. Would be nice. Would be nice to create anything in a day. Yeah, so it's you know, I guess I chose the wrong, maybe the wrong topic to make videos about, but you know, it is what it is. It's still enough, I guess. So you know, I also wouldn't change the topic just because it's, you know, faster or whatever, because that is kind of the wrong way to think about it. Okay. So let's, the only thing that really needs to change is the camera position and the pose. So let's do the pose first. we still have the animation, so all we really need to do is just keep this bit at the end, basically just this, and delete everything else. Let's do that first, and then go from there. Boom. Okay, and then we have this left. Perfect. Meaning, we move the camera. Oops. Let's see where the sword slams into the ground. Okay. We place it there. Oh, I also want to straighten this a bit, just to make it a bit easier to see. Also more realistic. Okay. There you go. And then also like this. So that I can create a straight line, you know, forward. I think that's better. Okay, good. Boom. And then the camera. This is a really, really quick shot, just like a context shot. I kind of showed an example yesterday. Let me see if I still have the tab open. I do not, unfortunately. But it's like a very, very quick shot just to kind of show what is happening in more detail. And then we move the camera closer. Ta-da! Very, very, very close actually. Kind of like this. Maybe even closer. Oh, and then also the lines, of course, need to continue. That shouldn't be too hard. I guess we can just move them back. There you go. Maybe also further down, because they're pretty high up right now. Actually, I can't do that. Never mind. Okay, well. But that's the sword. I probably want to zoom in even more, just because it's quite thin, I guess. So I don't want to make it, you know, the lines are almost thicker than the sword. Let me change that actually. Make the streak width thinner. Actually I can't, because the sword, I mean the camera can still see the edge almost. So I can't make it too thin. Hold on. Okay, that's... You can't even see the thing. Whatever. I'll just do it this way. Change the scale. Change it to 500 maybe. There you go. And now we can see... Oh, damn it. I didn't keyframe the camera. Wait, it did. Okay, there you go. Now. Ta-da! We still have the lines. Good. Okay. I got class right now. Good luck. Good luck to you. Good luck in class. Hope you survive it. I'll stop by when I can. No worries. Don't bring back school memories. I don't want to think back to that time. I always heard people like say, "Ah, school time was the best time." You know, you'll mourn. You know, you want to. You know, when you're older, you want to get back to school, to the school days. I think for me that never has been the case. I like my life more now than when I was younger. Let's just do it here. Slam it into the ground. Yes. Okay. Let's actually go a bit closer. Like this, to really show the sword in close-up and really show the impact. Okay, you still want to have the vibration, the wiggle though. I think it actually has that still, never mind. I deleted the graph, so it is deleted. Need to bring back the noise here too, because I kind of want to have it here too. Okay. probably Y and Z. Maybe all three. Actually, I can probably just do X and Y. Just to kind of keep the momentum and make it look like the camera is shaking because of the wind, because of how fast it's moving. I want to have that in here too. I forgot which settings I used, but I think it's like 0.01 or something. Yeah, maybe a bit faster. I mean, a bit stronger. 0.05. Like this, that's pretty good. Maybe a bit less, like 3. And then copy that over. That's pretty good, okay. And then, no, I guess if it's closer to the ground, it would also shake a bit more. I don't want to make it too strong. Let's set it to 0.5, why not? There you go. So once we have the shaking, which is already very, very useful. And maybe now we want to add the impact. Oh, before we do that, there's a bit more that I want to do for the scene. I want to... oh, the lighting. Of course, the sword's just gray right now, which is kind of weird. Let's change it so that we actually have some color here. Also, let me change the subdivision level so we can see the actual sword shape. Look at this. Aha. What about this? This looks pretty cool. Maybe the gradient is kind of weird. Or maybe I like this one more. And then for this one, maybe a rim light might actually be a cool idea. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe a rim light would be pretty cool here. Like this. Look at this. Oh my god. Like this. Look at this. Bam. That's what I call a sword, okay? Next, let's do the impact. Making a human skeleton is awful. You mean sculpting it? Or like modeling it? Yeah, I can imagine. Sounds very, very tedious. Certainly don't want to go back to my school days. Yeah, no way. I'm glad they're over. Okay. That's also why I never went to uni, just because it's so... I guess... I've always despised having to learn stuff that I just don't care about. And that was the theme for school, I guess. I think 30 seconds is enough. So yeah, it's definitely something I would like to avoid having to do ever again. So let's actually, here's how I want to do the impact, I guess. I thought about how I want to do this. The good thing is it's only like a short moment where you actually, you know, have this scene, you know, visible. So all we really want to do here, or we can be a bit more lenient here. Sorry, I'm kind of thinking about multiple things at the same time while I'm speaking. I'm thinking about how I want to do this, really, and then also try to explain how I want to do this. It's kind of like putting the tracks before the train while I'm riding the train. But I think what I want to do here is just create a plane, a very, very narrow plane, where I create a texture that looks like an impact, I guess, like a what would you call it? Not a ripple, like a cut. So let's do that. We need a plane. Look at this beautiful plane. Let me place it where it needs to be. And bring it over here. clown YouTube? You mean this? The music definitely sounds like it. Let's switch this to something a bit more serious, maybe. That's a bit better. Okay, so put it in between the lines and the ground. Make it as thin as it can be. Probably this should be good. I want to have more width than the sword. And then move it in this direction. So that's all we really need here. Next up, let's create the shader. We need a custom shader for this. Pretty rare occasion, but I think it's pretty important here. So this should not be too hard, but we'll figure it out. Let's see if it will be hard. It shouldn't. Okay, so I think we can start with a gradient. The thing is, this is a plane, so it has UVs, which means that if we insert a gradient and we set it to UV texture coordinates, it fits the plane. Now, we don't actually need to use a gradient texture. Hold on, it might be easy to use something else. Something I've never done before, okay? Which is using the texture coordinates themselves. And the way they work, of course, is they look like this, but the secret behind them is that they're basically just, the colors come from the UV coordinates. So if I say, for example, separate XYZ, you can see this is the X to Y value, 0 to 1, on the UV coordinates, right? And these are the UV coordinates for the Y axis, 1 to 0. And we can use these to create like a strip in the middle. That's kind of what I want to create right now. When does the video come out? In a few weeks. Okay. So first thing what I want to do is, I think I can use a math node to figure this out. What does sine look like? X sine. That's not what I wanted. Okay. What I want to do is... which one's the one that I need? Is it wrap? Let's see. Maximum would be 0.5, minimum would be 0. That's not really what I want. It needs to be... Let me show you. It should be... Is it ping pong? Yeah, it's ping pong. There you go. That's what we need. Good. It's not really eased, but maybe that's actually good. Okay, so we have the middle bit, right? Now we want to do the same for the edges. What I basically want to do, I think for this is actually easier to use a color ramp. And do this. So that I can create a shape that looks, so that I can kind of just create a blank edge, you know, basically around the whole object. I want to move this maybe to 0.1 and then have another white at 0.9. So that when I combine these, multiply, we get this. Ta-da! Good. So that's the beginning. So now we have this, which is basically like a, you know, I guess I could also use a gradient for this, but whatever. I wanted to use math, okay? And I've used math, so I'm happy. I don't know why it doesn't update. There you go. I want to fine tune this a bit. Wrong direction. Just to sharpen it a bit more, maybe to like 0.98 rather. Okay. Oops. What would that be? 0.02? Yes. Okay. So now the cool thing is, if we, for example, use a noise texture, no, a Voronoi texture, and then use a mix RGB node, set it to color burn, and then put this in here. Let's check what this looks like. Okay, I don't want to use the, I think I want to use generated here. Oops. Generated? Nope, not generated. Object. Yes, so we get the normally looking little dots, right? And then if we put this in here, we create something like this. And if we adjust it a bit, I think we can make a cool looking ripple or like a cool looking slice. You can see if I do this, I can kind of change the amount of color burn, I guess. But what I want to mainly do is change the details here. Okay. It looks kind of weird. Randomness, nope. What about other ones? What about F2? Doesn't really look that great. Smooth F1. Oh, maybe a bit too smooth. I would like to be sort of stylized and a bit more janky. Well, not janky, but jagged. So this looks pretty good, but I would like to adjust it a bit more. What if we change this? Nope. That basically is the same. Minkowski. No, I guess Euclidean is the best. But what we can also do now is we can use the color ramp to sharpen it. Look at this. This looks pretty good. And then if we, for example, were to move this, you can see we can create this nice little effect. I guess, wait, is that the right value? This one. There you go. Okay, that's the idea. But we want to optimize it a bit more, because it's right now it's a bit too... Still a bit too... What would you call it? Maybe... too big. This is probably good for like a beginning. This looks pretty good. But what I would also do is probably have another one of these to create some more like cracks around the main impact site. Sounds a bit weird. So what if we do this? But then we invert this. Oh, that looks weird. Weird. You should stream more. I stream Monday through Friday for 4 hours. You mean I should stream even more? I think that is currently not possible, unfortunately. You need to be happy with what you're getting. Okay. I think maybe Voronoi is not the best here. No, wait. I forgot about something. Never mind. This is not the best. What about a noise texture? But using heteroterrain, is that the right one? No, it's the rigid multifractal. Let me see. There's one that creates nice cracks, and I'm trying to find those. Or that node. This one isn't too bad. What if we add the detail? No. Roughness? Never mind. Lacunatusi? Never mind. Gain? Aha. Distortion? It's a bit too smooth though. Look at this. It's a bit too smooth. Although we could try it. So if you put that in here now, it will look weird, but that is not the point how I want to use it. I want to first of all flip this. And then I want to change this to add. Okay, that doesn't look good. Never mind, that looks weird. You should stream your progress on the videos more often. Well, that's what I want to do from now on. I can't really do that for the ones that are already out, right? But I can do it now. Or you mean the actual video editing? I've streamed that for the last project a little bit. That was the beginning of the stream. Just finished watching the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. That was a journey. Yeah, it was. It will get even more extreme in this next part. Okay, so stay tuned. Okay, hold on. How do I add more cracks to this? Let me see if I can find a tutorial for like Blender stylized cracks. Oh, shader. Bye song hits hard. Is that in the oh, you mean in the movie? Oh, you mean the actual movie? There you go. I thought you mean my video, sorry. Hold on. Stylized gradient, is that what I need? No. Boo. Wait, what's the program called again where you can create materials procedurally? Substance Designer. Substance Designer, stylized cracks. Let's see. Though maybe the Voronoi wasn't actually a bad idea. Maybe I just needed to use it in a different way. So what if we do this? Oh, that's the thing. It's so... I don't know. I don't like the Voronoi. But I think Voronoi... Maybe I just don't see the vision. Maybe I just don't see what it is giving me. There must be a secret to this. So they also start with a Voronoi, but then what do they do? They somehow turn them into lines. Welcome, Nutella. Hope you have a good day. Or Dan, I guess. Substance Painter. Yeah, Substance Painter is for texture painting. Substance Designer is for procedural material generation or like creation. And the thing is, if you look at this, they start with, you can see it here with this solid Voronoi view. Okay, it can't load for some reason. Oh, dude, is that a troll? Whenever I put this window or like a YouTube video on screen so you can see it too, it just lags. I don't know why. What is happening? Hello? Aha. Dude, look at this. What is happening? But basically they start with this kind of look, or this, I guess. And then somehow use this, or, you know, turn these edges into lines. I don't know how. The thing is, if I use distance and I increase this, you can see that doesn't really work, because some edges are closer, some are further away, so you get like these weird splotches. So, you know, you get these spotty look, not just like these clean lines. That's the problem. And I don't know how to fix that. Hold on. There's a rascal in Twitch chat. It's not you, Nutella. Dan, sorry. It's Victor. Hold on. Now we can test again if I can ban by clicking on the name. Manage suspicious user. Restrict? What does that mean? Okay. There's no way that you can just... Dude. Oh. Aha, there you go. I had to open a new tab. Okay, interesting. Okay, well. YouTube being hacked? No. Oh, you mean the playback? So. I don't know how to do this. The thing is, if I use constant, you can see that this happens, and that's already what I want. I want to have the edges. Okay, let me see if I can identify. Dude, it's actually impossible to play. What is happening? I wanted to see what the node does. I've seen it before, but I don't know. Hold on, let me check something. Blender. Voronoi tiles shader. Nope. Aha, no. What is this? That is not what I want. Wait, Blender, get edges of Voronoi texture. Is that a texture? Is it a texture? No, it's not. I guess so. Noise texture. Yeah, texture. Manhattan Voronoi texture. That's not what I want though. That's the wrong one. Why are you trolling? I don't want to watch a whole 1 hour video to understand the Voronoi texture, okay? I just want to get the edges. Hello? Oh, right. I can't watch any videos. Can I watch it here? Let me reload and see if it works. Yes? No, I can't. It's still lagging. What is making it lag? Hold on. Maybe it's this. Nope, still lagging. They don't want you to have the knowledge. Yeah, apparently not. Apparently I am... I am not in the secret Voronoi club. Oh, now the whole screen is black. Nice. How do I outline the segments of a Voronoi texture? Distance to edge run through a color ramp. You're lying. Wait, what? Aha. Wait a second. Aha, there it is. We found it. Who was it? D-New, welcome. Thank you for... Well, why welcome? It's just a Reddit post. Thank you for the... for the help. At least somebody can help me with this. 2 years ago, they already knew that I needed this and posted it on Reddit. Okay. Let's see. Oh, right. how does this work now? Distance to edge. There you go, that's what I need. Haha, okay. So, the question is, oh right, now it works. I need it the other way. No, never mind, that's good. Look at this, perfect. It still has some weird thing going on, but I think that's fine. Perfect. Try distance to edge. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't check the the chat for a second. Okay. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to distort it a bit. What happens if I do something cool? Like, check this out, okay? Mix RGB, okay? Another Voronoi. Set this to F1, and then use the distance in here. Aha! Maybe not exactly what I wanted, but we can adjust it. Maybe that's a bit too strong. I also know why. Let me reset it. We need this. Oh. That's not kind of the exact opposite of what I wanted. Let me continue watching the Substance video and see if I can kind of identify how they do it there. Where's the video? I think I closed the video. Substance designer, stylized cracks. Looks good though, yeah, but doesn't work that well for what I have in mind. Let's check this out. Oh, wow, the ad plays, of course. Let's see if the video plays too. Well, we have to wait for 2 ads to play. Okay, maybe, maybe this is not the best way to do this. What about detail? Oh, hold on. It's still sort of... Actually, that's not too bad. Hold on. It's basically all made out of circles, which is the exact opposite of what I want. But maybe I can change it. Okay, hold on. Let me check out this video. Okay, they grab an edge detect, it's called for them. Okay, and then what do? They create a Voronoi texture. Good. What do they do then? Oh, what? How does that work? No, that's not really what I want. Actually, so here's what they do. Okay, let me show you. Let me dare show you what they want to do, what they're doing. They basically have some weird magic node that if you combine that with like a noise texture, does this. Like it creates this gradient. I don't know how, but it does that. And then they sharpen it, make it bigger, and then they create these cool cracks. So the question is, can I do that too? I have an idea, okay? Oh, I have a good idea. Hold on. Here it comes, okay? Here comes the solution. We need this in combination with F1. Okay, we're not gonna get away from it. What I want to do now is color mix. Okay, boom, noise, shablam. Oh, right. Okay, look at this. Looks like nothing changed. Has something changed? Yes. Oh, right. Set this to color burn. Oh, wait. Scale. Aha. Okay, we want to do this. Actually, do we? No. What we want to do is increase the detail. And then use a color ramp again. to make this a bit sharper. Hold on. No, that's not really what I wanted. Looks like Deadpool skin. A little bit. Let me check it again. Where's the... Did I close the tab again? Jesus, how could I do that? Every time.
Myron's being...
How is that even a thing? There's no way... Oh my god. And now I need to watch 2 more ads. I'm being punished for my ignorance. Okay, hold on. So basically what I want to do... Oh, no. This is good. This is good. So when I do this, I want to create something like this, right? Okay, like this. And then I want to mix this with the main one. Multiply. Okay, that's what I want. Okay, but the other way around. So, grab this, flip, boom. Okay, looks almost like anything. So, let's do this. Oh, constant. And factor. Boom. Looks very bad, but maybe we can fix it. I think we need to adjust this. Maybe some detail here. Roughness. I'm just playing around with the values right now just to see if anything looks good. Dude, it always looks so rounded. It's so annoying. Is Substance Designer Painter still in the Adobe Cloud? I don't think so. I think they removed it from there. I also don't want to switch over to it because I want to make it procedural in Blender, so I don't think I can just copy over what Substance does. I can't really copy that over, but of course if you want to use it, you could try. Hold on. Hey, wait. No, never mind. Wait, we have some settings here. Oh. Never mind. Hold on. What is this? Ah. What did I see here? Hold on. We don't even need any of this. We just grab this. Okay. Okay. And then scale it up. Do something like this, okay? And then we just mix it. Let's see what it looks like. How do we mix it? Hold on. Why is it so dark? Let me increase that real quick. Okay. There you go. Put that in there. So, how do we mix this to create the cracks in there? I guess we just go through all the mix modes and see which one works. The best way to do it. Mix doesn't do anything. Cool. Wait, what? Ah, there you go. Are you gonna make a huge video showing the entire process or a shorter one explaining the big parts? I do create a video how I always do it. Explaining the most interesting parts. If you want to see the whole process, I guess you can, you know, watch the streams. So I'm not gonna just shorten the streams a bit and, you know, turn that, you know, make a video that is basically the stream but cut together in a more concise way. Okay. Multiply. Color burn. Lighten. Screen. Wait, I need to switch this. This needs to be black. And this needs to be white. Haha. Okay, let's try that again. I would love to have a clear line in the middle. So I definitely want to keep that. Yeah, we'll get there. Multiply. Nope. Color burn. Oh, okay. Looks a bit weird, but let's move on. Lighten. Nope. Screen. Nope. Color dodge. Nope. Add. Nope. Overlay. No. So I actually don't really know. I think I need to rethink how I do this. I don't think mixing in like this gives me what I want. I think I need to do one step before this. I have an idea how I need to do it. So let me do that. If I watch the streams, should I also watch the video? I guess if you want to see the final result, then yeah. Okay, so I think I need one more step before this, where I need another mix RGB. What I need for it is the mask, so this basically. Let me put that in here. Why I want to use this is because I want to mask out where the ripples are. They should be the least visible in the middle, the most visible on the outside, like this. And then here we need to mix it. Let's see how we should use multiply. That looks kind of weird. What I also want to do is do the exact opposite again. So that this mask is also on the outside. Like this. Okay. Looks kind of weird, but if we do this, we make it stronger. Something like this, I guess. Making a honey material, but it's distorting my character. How do I change that? You can change the IOR value if you use like glass, for example. That changes how much your view into the honey gets like bent, and that could change the that will change, you know, the distortion. If you set it to 1, I think it just goes straight through without any distortion. What are you trying to do right now? I'm trying to create a procedural. So this sword is slamming into the ground, and I'm trying to create a procedural sort of sword ground, like slice, or like a slice effect that I can then just move like this, you know, to make it look like it's slicing through the ground, and try to do that procedurally. Might not be the best idea, but maybe I can turn that into a cool effect, a reusable, you know, another effect for my procedural anime VFX pack. Right now the Voronoi is looking pretty bad. So that's the biggest issue right now. And this doesn't really look like anything. But let me see if, now that I adjusted it a bit. I also don't know if I really need any cracks, to be honest. Since it's a sword, right? Sword wouldn't really create many... I guess you would have a straight line, theoretically. But I feel like slight cracks would look better. Maybe this second part isn't really necessary. Let's see what it looks like without it. So if you were, for example, use this instead. And for example, use, I don't know. What would you have, like a red maybe at the bottom? In the middle? In the middle, not on the outside. And then like an orange, I guess. A bit further outside, like this. And then of course if you make it glow, it looks better. Put that into a... Actually, I can just do this. This might actually mess up the whole thing, but we'll see. Blend it, there you go. Transparent, mix it. And then, I guess, mission. Put that in here. I guess I need to use a black and white version. I thought this could work too, but never mind. I guess the saturation messes with the value. Oh, never mind. I just need to put this in. There you go. So we have this now. And I could use this if I, of course, increase the emission strength. It could look a bit cooler, especially when I add the glow, but let me actually see what it looks like if I set this to 5, for example. Camera, and then here. Add a glow. It could look pretty, but I feel like it can look better. Maybe there's... What if we... Hold on. Wait, it would be the other way around, right? It'd be this way. The red on the outside and the yellow on the inside. And then this can be white. Ooh. Maybe not white. But like a very, very sharp yellow. Basically white. This might be a bit too strong here. So something like this maybe, but I feel like the shape can be a bit better, a bit more refined. Of course there's also sparks and stuff, but I haven't added those yet. So yeah. I would like to... Let me check something. Hold on. What was it? Oh. Damn it, I forgot who it is. No, I can just go to there. What was it? Here it is. Okay, so here's an example of the same effect that I'm trying to kind of achieve. Let me see if I can find it. This one. Oh, right. I probably can't play it. We'll see. Let's see. Okay, it works. And then... Hold on. This. Boom. Oops. Aha, there it is. Go back a bit. So the glow, of course, yeah, the glow. So I want to see the shape. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So it's kind of jagged on the edges, but not too much. And then the glow, of course, being... Oh, that's of course another thing. Can I do that in the shader? I'm not that good at shading. The thing is, the shading, so what of course you can see here is like a parallax effect, where it creates the depth effect, because you see the dark edge on this outside, you know, on the right side, but not on the left side, even though, you know, if it was a flat plane, which it probably is, you would see the black edge on the other side too. But because of the parallax effect, you don't see it. Or like the depth effect. So... I'm trying to think. Hold on. Let me see if I can find like a simple depth effect. What do we need for that? I have one that could work maybe. Blender EV fake depth effect. The problem is most of them don't work with gradients. And I need one that works with gradients. Welcome, James. Hope you have a good day. Trying to make a crack right now. A crack shader. Not the one that you might think of, but the other one. Is this in Eevee? Let's see. The thing is, this also uses textures, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Boo. Yeah. I think this requires some more research. So, unfortunately, the time has come. It is time to go. But I will figure this out, okay? I will figure something out here. And then hopefully also create the next scene today, which will be, you know, him breaking with the sword, getting to a, you know, to a stop. And then we come to the next storyboard, which is the next collision between Deadpool and Wolverine, of them fighting. Which should be fun. We'll get into that hopefully tomorrow. And yeah. I'll figure it out, okay? I feel very represented by the color ramp. Yeah, I'll figure it out, okay? Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. If you want to see when I go live, you can either join the Discord, which is linked in the description. There's an a, what's it called? Dude. A announcement channel that tells you when I go live or when I upload a video. Or you can also just, I guess, check back in. I go live Monday through Friday on 10 a.m. UTC. So yeah, if you want to watch tomorrow, if you want to join, want to see my my ordeal again, you can do that. But thank you for joining today. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.